you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
'Cause they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are connected. We are very keen to have you all on board, particularly on this session on global health. We'll have lots of good speakers in this meeting, and the meeting is packed right till the end. So I'm sure we'll have lots to understand and learn from this. And we will start our day with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurvavatsa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayuna Prachodayat. Om Bhurvavatsa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayuna Prachodayat. Om Bhurvavatsa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayuna Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. As stated earlier, we have had a big line of people in our system today, and we'll learn lots from them. To start with, we'll pass on the important handle to Dr. Venkata Joshi, who is well known in the Ayurveda sector. He has been very much involved in propagating Ayurveda and general health to public. He's very much connected to the Ayush ministry in India. He has been trying to propagate the concept of good health, which is consistent with the requirements in the Ayurveda system. So this is a traditional system within India and across the world, and is creating lots of important implications and use across the world. So I now hand over the entire meeting to Venkata Joshi to start with.
Namaskar, sir. Dr. Anukul Goswamiji, global namaste to you all, Il Kumar and Amrita ji and all others. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about the global health in perspective of renaissance, what we are witnessing today. Because without the efforts of our beloved Honorable Prime Minister, it would have never been possible for us to be into this prospect of futuristic integrative model of healthcare, where all inclusive aspects of Ayurveda is well nurtured to the point of to the point of preventative medicine and as well as to the health promotional aspect and a higher sense of rejuvenation from Ayurveda point of view into the global health. The areas where we are working through at the moment are considering from the gut liver brain axis as a main source of interventions, which is imminent for the kind of lifestyle disorders what we are suffering through from now. So the gut medicine, gut health is connected with more than 60% of, as we understand, immunomodulations, what it is possible through from. And recently we understood even the all inflammatory aspects of degenerative changes to inflammatory aspects are being triggered from this autoimmune process, even triggered from this gut health. So considering that as Ayurveda offers a lot, food as a medicine, so the food as a medicine is a very important aspect to understand and then implement through the right kind of combinations and as well as energetics coming through from the food and dietetics. So much is elaboratively described in Ayurveda. And then the third aspect eventually comes to from the gut level to the brain or the mind medicine. So this is another aspect of inclusiveness for non-invasive protocols of health restorations into the mainstream of the health for chronic ailments to lifestyle disorders and increasing mental health dysfunctions. Last couple of days ago, we had a meeting on the autism spectrum disorders, where we talked about how much it is being contributed, can be possible from Ayurveda point of view. So the third aspect of this reaching out to the mind health and conclusively, and the whole aspect of lifestyle modifications is a big offering from day-to-day basis of the healthcare, in terms of the seasonal healthcare, in terms of its individualized circumstances, where the work where like mind body mind dualistic perspective of understanding and giving the lifestyle advices. So these are the four aspects distinctly being outlined. And on 30th March, I met with Honorable Ambassador in Slovakia. I was explaining all the things to her as well. So on 16th April also, I'm going to see the ambassador in Budapest, Hungary as well, to talk about these things, because University of Debrecen in Budapest with the ICE chair and as well as ICE activities, they are looking for reviving these things and bilateral issues with the Bharat and European Union with the free trade agreement has given a boost for us to more integrate into the European countries. Northeast European countries, I was there in a resort in Demanova Resort in Slovakia, and I saw the patients and people, how much they are dedicated to follow the instructions being given in the Panchakarma treatments, and they followed it rightly. So the right kind of the food preparations, right kind of treatments, and in the health resorts, and is a big renaissance, I would say, for Ayurveda to be recognized. Last year's Prime Minister visit into Zagreb, Croatia, has also enriched that one. We try to submit the dossier as well. So what is that gut health from Ayurveda's point of view is all we understand that how appealing the kind of mental satisfaction comes through from the diet as a food, which is Ayurveda understood very well by means of combinations of the six tastes in the right proportions, or virtually Ayurveda understood that there are three substances irrespective of how it is being used, consumed. In the Sanskrit quotations, in a simple words, it says that na anaushati bhutam kinchit dravyam upalabhyate tam tam yuktimattancha tam tam abhipretyah. In one sentence saying that there is no any substance which cannot be used as a therapeutic model or provided that how it is being consumed, by nature it is being produced, into the point of health restoration is the biggest knowledge ever Ayurveda has given, a quality-based enhancement of understanding the substantial values. And these substantial values coming through from three aspects. The three aspects, because it is the body mind, under the body mind, mind body dualism, there is always a connectivity in between, is the consciousness. So the conscious induced changes what are occurring in the physiological functions are being initiated through from the substances which are, as I explained, the food as medicine, and then gradually the changes from the gut into the through the liver is possible to have a good connections with the brain functions simultaneously. And the second aspect is like some psychosomatic perspective, like the mind medicine, or the sensory modulations or cognitive behavioral therapies, or all the mind modulations are known as under the sattva vajaya chikitsa in Ayurveda, where it is necessary from the point of mind health is being code and conduct and health is being restored back. And then the third connectivity is the consciousness, as I mentioned, is well understood in Ayurveda from the Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, because this is the something rationally, because what we see from the dogmatic principles look-alike is being pragmatic process is being adopted by Ayurveda experimentation process to bring into the empirical evidence eventually is a process what Ayurveda is understood. Because when the Ayurveda's model of understanding everything is in duality, wherever we see like from the head perspective or tail perspective, how the positivity or negativity of the health restoration is being possible. Sarvam yevahi dravyam, sarvam sarvam kalvidam sacha sacha tasya pariksha chaturvida. So an inquest in Ayurveda's dialogue in the Himalayas went on. When you start talking about sarvam, sarvam every time is all about, by all means, by all aspect of everything, into the context when we consider are having this dualism is what? Sat, asat. So yesterday's establishment of the righteous principles in terms of health restoration may not be certainly suitable into the futuristic perspective. What it was practiced in the past is going to change. A changing perspective of reality of the science should be well experimented to the times as it is required. And then understood Ayurveda that the sensory means of understanding organoleptic method of validation in the past, and then now the experimentation coming through from rationalistic ways of applying the research methodologies into modern technology, what it is available with the AI tools, and as well as metadata into the point of the consensus is possible now to code all these informations and then get the summary of these principles being well practiced into the context of today's health. So considering that one, the Ayurveda's food as medicine plays a major role, and with simple combinations always does help from the point of gut restoration. For example, whether it is a constitutional based divisions of Krura Kosta, Mrudu Kosta, Madhya Kosta, and then the substances will vary as a means of, say, for example, if the ginger is taken, ginger in terms of a very fresh ginger, but then in terms in the market we get like a hybrid, bigger grown ginger where the juices are more, fiber is more. But then there is another variety which it comes as a regional countryside, and the juice is less, but it is less fiber. So considering the variations of the qualities, whether it is being steamed or sliced or grated, or made into a juice form, or into a cooked form, or into a processed form. Processed form is something like a shunti. So when it comes to whole ginger as a packet, when it is given, it has a different affinity to work on the gut, and then adjuvants will act on. For example, shunti, amavata haranam srestham. Then I would say I will mix it with the castor oil and use a different terms of understanding for arthritis conditions, rheumatoid arthritis conditions, and where the musculoskeletal disorders are being more prominent with the inflammatory changes and pain management. So simple shunti or a ginger as a spice can be used in multiple levels. So understanding this into the terms of like lavanadraka bhakshanam sadapatyam bhojanagre. So these quotations are well verified to use these substances into the practices like microfine particles, like microfine particles of the ginger paste made with the Himalayan pink salt. So how the ginger paste with the Himalayan pink salt make into a combination, unique combination, in terms of like what are the like olive oil is there, and then pumpkin oil is there, or the avocado oil is there, or sesame oil is there, coconut basis is there, and as well as linseed oil is there, or black seed oil is there. So understanding the qualities of these adipose, what is that, the fatty acids, which are as a means of changing the qualities within the texture when it is being prepared, has a different effect onto the gut.
Thank
So
you,
that
Dr.
way,
Dr.
understanding, yes, please.
Dr. Venkata, thank you very much. So
Yeah.
much information you've given. To make life simple for the people who are very new to Ayurveda, some of the new ones, and those who are not necessarily from the Indian background, what are the simplest, most high impact daily Ayurveda practices, which is Dinacharya, for beginners looking to improve energy and digestion over the next minute or so, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. When we say that in the morning time, giving like, of course, intermittent fasting, what it is being observed since the last day, how many hours it subsequently, if it is a 7 p.m., last supper was, and then the next 7 to 7 is 12 hours, 7 o'clock, and then to 15, 16 hours when it comes. So when the hunger, as long as it is not triggered, maybe they anything which is liquids, you will have like honey water or lemon water or anything like a tea or something like that. Until you feel the hungry, you should not tuck in. That's one of the aspect of lifestyle to understand. And it's a more peak time, it will be the like a noon time, the appetite will be peak, irrespective of the constitutional variations, fluctuation from 11 to 2 will be the shifting period according to the constitutions, to understand that and then implement as a main lunch course for that time. So there are like having a seasonal fruits at the beginning to consume, and then to have this main course of the lunch, and then there will be like a quarter of the salad basis, like 75% is cooked and well in combinations, 25% will be raw materials as a salad. So these proportions as a lifestyles will have an enormous impact onto the added value for the lunch, as a means of the digestion system getting better and better. And
Thank
then
you.
there are so many codes and conducts and how to eat, when to eat, not brisk eating or not prolonged eating. And these are all the other added aspects to understand lifestyle modifications in terms of food intake as well. So there will be a lot to understand how to, when to get up, like Brahmya Murte Uttishte Swasto Rakshartamaishaha, and what is that individually tailored, which is not like 4 o'clock or 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the times when they are changing. Understand that the before sunrise, what it is, that the three periods, like we have Vata Pitta Kapha periods in the night, and then the rest of the fourth period is a transitional period. So understanding my constitutional variation and giving the division of the night to 12 hours or 12 hours ideally, but it will not be ideal. Then they divide, then what is the significant time for you will be evaluated before sunrise is getting up for you itself. So it is giving a boost for our mental activities by all sorts of elimination. When you get up in the morning, help yourself drinking some warm things and eliminate. So elimination, getting up in the morning and elimination, and then possible modes of the simple exercises, what it gives you, only gushing hot feeling onto the face, and where the temperature circulation is being well reached onto the nose, and tip of the sweating is coming out. So everything is a parameter, moderation is being mentioned. Ardha Shaktya Vyayamam Prayanjita. And those principles are very well should be adopted into the one's lifestyle.
Thank you. There are simple tips that Dr. Venkata has given. He has been practicing for over 40 years. He is here in London, but he travels all over the place and attends conference. And Dr. Venkata Joshi, we are now going to move to our resident Ayurveda experts. Both of them are in MBE, Ravi and Sushma Bhanot. They are well known. Ravi is well known in a charity leader in the British Hindu community, as a pioneer of the Eastern herbal medicine, and Sushma has researched and manufactured a number of unique Ayurveda-based health and beauty products. She's going to tell us a bit more about it, setting up Cool Herbals way back 20 years back. They were doing prior to that, but 20 years back, this brand Cool Herbals You can just look up, and it's a very big brand now and brings significant health episodes as well. Ravi has suddenly become a Facebook sensation with his hair tips that he gives. So, Anukul, say hello to Ravi and Sushma, because later this month you are going to connect them for the Science and Tradition Association that is being formed. And both of them are one of the dynamic couples of not just London, but in UK. A global namaste, Ravi and
Global
Shushma.
namaste to you.
And what have you got lined up for us? And say hello to Anukul Goswami. Thank you.
Global namaste to each and every one of you. Uncle Ji, namaste.
So, Anukul, let's have Ravi and Sushma telling the significance of Ayurveda, but more importantly, how cool herbals also help people, because they don't just sell the products, they actually give in-person sessions as well. They are visiting faculty. Both of them are Ayurveda experts as well, and both of them are MBE, which is in United Kingdom, a very good honor to be possessing. Ravi and Sushma, over to you for next 10-15 minutes.
Such a pleasure to see them on the screen today, because their contribution is certainly going to be taking us much further ahead, both with our Science and Tradition Association's conference and meetings, and of course how to get the input, very important input to add up into the scientific literature that can be used worldwide. And I'm sure their experience will be so much appreciated and valued in the whole community. So I would sincerely request Raviji and Shushmaji to start off with your talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic, great introduction. Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi ji. So Sushma specializes more in women's health, and I'm more men, and here, as Ji said, so I'll let Sushma speak first, and then I'll speak after.
Sure. Thank you, Shushmaji. Yes.
Namaste ji. A global namaste to you all, and it's an honor to be amongst so many learned people. And already we've had some fascinating insights already in the last few minutes. I would like to discuss not only Ayurveda's significance in healthcare, but its significance in women's healthcare. And that is actually what I've been doing for the last 40 years of my life. Ayurveda has a very significant role in healthcare to support women. And nowadays, you know, the world is becoming more and more attuned to the holistic approach, the mind, body, and soul. Ayurveda amazingly fits all of these. No wonder it's becoming so popular. And it's evident that the normal modern medicines are essential, but they are just not enough, especially to fulfill women's needs. So there's the increasing evidence for holistic health and preventative care, and many more health professionals are beginning to integrate the Ayurvedic principles into conventional treatments. You may already hear about people who are using different methods for wellness, for stress management, for hormonal balance, and emotional health. Nobody is happy to just take medication alone now. And it's very important now to realize, as Gulji said, we have to have evidence and research and validation. And there is ongoing research in the efficacy of these treatments and the substances, the herbs, the spices. It's ongoing and it's progressing, and there's new evidence all the time. So let's get on to the importance of women's health. It's got its own unique challenges during menstruation, pregnancy, childbirth, and menopause. Our ancient texts told us that the role of women is as caregivers and nurturers. And already our amazing texts recognize that women have their unique biological and psychological needs, and that is becoming more important now. They've traditionally had a central role in family health, using plants and natural therapies. And many, there's a few countries that solely rely on this even now. So the importance, it's very important to recognize that Ayurveda is not just medical, but also social, and it integrates wellness into our daily lives. So the good thing is, if we talk about Prakriti, it emphasizes the individualized treatment, and that is what is very important for women's health. Everybody has their unique makeup and they need their unique treatments. If I can just tell you with regards to just give you a little overview on the different stages in a woman's life. For menstrual health, Ayurveda offers insights into the cycle. It recognizes that it's not just, firstly, it's actually there. The problems many years ago weren't even recognized, PMT and such like. But now we know that even diet can help, herbs can help, and lifestyle. So now we're able to offer more in all of those kinds of problems for PMT, for example. The other major phase in women's lives is the reproduction. And Ayurveda has always placed a great importance on fertility, on enhancement, and things like panchkarma, detoxification, and the specific herbal things. Obviously, we have to check they're safe. They support the reproductive process. Pregnancy and childbirth, very significant part. It guides us through the prenatal, what therapies are good, and the postnatal, what things dietary-wise should we be giving to the woman. Our own herbs and spices are actual little treasures that promote maternal health postpartum, and they help the uterus to heal, they help the body to heal, they help the woman to come back to normality and give her strength just by some of the things, the dietary spices, things like fenugreek and ginger, and there's lots of the lotus seeds, the gum. They're all used for internal healing, and they should not be neglected. They propose a significant benefit, and there is scientific research going on already on these things. The menopause, a major part of a woman's life. In the Western world, it's thought of as the end of your life or as a woman, but actually in Ayurveda, it's just a natural progression. Hence, it's easily identified and easily tolerated. It offers holistic approaches to manage the symptoms and promotes wellness and the problems that women have during this time, the hair loss, the mood swings. There is something for each of those things without even going into the medical side of it. Of course, we will never disregard the medical side of it. That has got its place. So that's just some of the main stages. And I'd just like to touch upon some of the things that are used during the different life stages to promote women's health at each stage, to balance the hormones, to help the well-being during pregnancy, during menopause, and generally overall well-being in a woman's life. I've spent a lot of time also doing women's mental well-being and being a stand for them. And I found Ayurveda has got a treasure of information just to promote mental well-being, things you can do every day, meditation, yoga, things you can have to calm yourself without even resorting to other medicines.
Sushma, thank you very much. You
Thank
got
you.
wealth of information. Ravi, you only got 5 minutes left now. But remember, women empowerment. We love women over here. Sushma, we are going to bring you and Ravi back on the self-care program on Sunday, 3rd of May, because we are bringing self-care. And I think give a longer session because women matters are very important. And you touched in a very good Ayurvedic point of view. Perimenopause, menopause are just the
Yes.
journey of the life. So don't let your life stop there. Thank you, Sushma. We're going to come back to you a bit later. Ravi, over to you for next 5 minutes. You've become a hair sensation at the moment. You can take about that or your points. Over to you. Thank you.
Well, I think what we found in the last 25 years working with therapists was that there is a need for the wellness industry is how can they help their clients better. We have to be practical, we have to be straightforward, simple that people can understand. So Neilji asked at the beginning, how can you have more energy and clarity when you wake up? Very simple. These all I'm going to say, what everyone can do. You wake up in the morning, first of all, you imagine what the day is going to be like. So you're meditating over the day that's going to be coming. So you're imagining what you want. Number one. Number two, have a pint of water, maybe with some lemon in it, that opens up senses. Then you go to brush your teeth, brush the gums. Then usually I would suggest is either use a scraper to scrape the tongue or use a tough toothbrush to brush the back, particularly of the tongue, until you go the So basically, you're actually removing toxins through the mouth. Having done that, you want to use the nose to help remove toxins. How do you do that? Some simple exercises, such like forcing air out. Simple things that anyone can do. Next is do some exercises. Now, a lot of people say, oh, I'm cold, it's too cold, loads of excuses. Some valid, some because people physically can't do much. Perhaps they can walk. Even if you can go up and down the stairs 4 or 5 times, you've done a lot. That is your starting point. So you're using your 5 senses and you're using the 4 ways, and Panchkarma is the treatment for removing toxins. Blood is the 5th, so we don't work on that one, but certainly the first 4 is ones that everyone can do. And these are the things we can propagate for better lifestyle, for better health and well-being to everyone. So that's the starting point. And I hope I've still got 10 seconds left. Fantastic initiative and team we're doing and have been doing for all these years. I believe 6 years coming up. Just amazing. And it's great to see so many new people join and become panelists and the enthusiasm. And just to let you know that we've started something called the HNN, which is the Hindu NHS network. A part of what we remit in that is to bring Ayurveda and yoga onto the NHS. So we have around about 500 doctors, dentists, people working in the NHS, and one particularly dedicated team working on bringing research, which is what we've been talking about, in order to be able to get yoga, meditation, and Ayurveda onto the NHS. So this is something we're working on. It'd be great to work in collaboration with a lot of you on that as well. If that's of interest to you, please do send me a message. Neilji can give you or Nishiji, and I'll gladly enter you into the this WhatsApp group, which is the HNN.
Even better, Ravi, I'm showing your website at the moment, and this is coolherbals.co.uk. It's very easy. You can just search Cool Herbals in one word, and you will see details on the founders, the courses that they do. There is a shop as well. There is a shopping cart. You can buy the products. These are some of the newest products over there. And they also do some courses as well. So go and visit the Cool Herbals website, and you might be able to see them in person if you are in London when they're giving sessions and everything. Ravi, you and Sushma are awesome. You're also a host at Healing Our Earth. Wonderful to see you back here. Anukul, a quick question before we go to our Dr. Kailash Parekh, who has got a couple of guests lined up for us. Kailash, say hello to Ravi and Sushma. When you come to London, you are up north of England. You need to meet them as well.
I can spend many hours talking to Ravi and Sushma ji extensively, because there's a wealth of opinion. I have the original textbooks, not originals, textbooks from both Sushruta as well as Charaka Samhitas, but I cannot understand them a lot. But I still enjoy looking at them and feeling nice about holding them in my hands.
Well,
Anukul,
our research in that, and Kuji, I totally agree with you. That's why I say we have to make it simple. With Sushma and I, we've written 5 books on Ayurveda, and we try to simplify as much as we can so the layman can understand, particularly therapists, because they are our foot soldiers. Because fine, we can do what we can do, but we have 2,000 therapists that 200 salons that are using our products, and then they are then propagating to their clients. So that is the way forward, we feel.
so Ravi, just to tell you about Anukul, he is a top flight orthopedic surgeon. He also does compliance at NHS, so legal point of view, what can be correct or not. He is also the convener with Dr. Amrita Sharma and other team people of a new organization that Healing Our Earth is setting up called Science and Tradition Association, where all the big societies, community association globally will become members. Ravi, you and Sushma will play ambassadorial roles as well. So Anukul, when you contact them,
Absolutely.
they've got some scientific contacts, they've got some Ayurvedic knowledge, they've got some community knowledge, also how the charity and CIC works as well. So a couple of weeks from now, please have a personal chat. And when you're
Certainly.
in London, when we do the rooftop terrace meeting, please, we'll be inviting them. So Ravi and Sushma, wonderful to have you.
Thank
If you
you.
get a chance,
Thank you. Thank
after
you.
Lovely to
6
meet you
o'clock,
all again.
if you get a chance to be here after 6 o'clock, there'll be open session. Do pop in, and it's wonderful to have you both. May Earth bless both of you, and long live Cool Harbors.
Thank you, Neoji. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And let's move on to Dr. Kailash Parekh. Recently, she got awarded as well as a hero of north of England over there. She's our regular resident co-host, Anukul, and she's in your area. You two also know each other personally.
Yes.
And we've got smiling Khushal waiting. It's been a while since we haven't had him on healing, but he used to be here in pandemic as well. And I think he's a Reiki master too as well. Kailash, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, global namaste to everyone. Thank you so much, Raviji and Sushmaji. That was a very, very enlightening, presentation. I love the women's health. I think it's absolutely crucial nowadays with all this happening, with mental health and everything. Ayurveda plays a very, very integral part. And so I'd like to hear more about women's health from yourself. Thank you so much. As Neil Kumar said, we are very privileged to have Mr. Khushal Kumar, who is known to our Healing Our Earth family, and he has contributed before, and he was delighted to be on the program today. When I asked him to come and talk today, he's our what do you call you? Are the master? Are you the
Reiki
master?
master.
Reiki master, yeah, Reiki master. I think it's called Grand Reiki master, sorry, and a homeopath as well. So he's here to share his knowledge about how Reiki can help us with our good health. So over to you, Mr. Khushal Kumar. Thank you.
Khushal, can you unmute yourself, please? Wonderful.
Global namaste to everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is a great pleasure for me to be invited on the occasion of World Health Day. I would like to sincerely thank Kailash for inviting me to speak on the topic that is more meaningful and highly relevant to today. Reiki, good for health. Now, what is Reiki good for health? Many times, Reiki is, people talk all about it, and people say something is out of the world. So some people live in a different way, they have a different understanding about it. So probably today I'll be able to give you some insight of what Reiki is and how Reiki can be can play a good role in maintaining your good health. Now, we are living in a time where people are overwhelmed with ongoing challenges, uncertainty, conflict, war, and so many things going around the world. But also, our inner sense is out of balance. In such moments, it becomes important to turn inwards and explore practices that help restore calm, resiliency, and harmony. I have been with this Reiki healing and also with regards to holistic approach to the ongoing whatever that chronic or the symptoms we suffer from. And I have a great kind of a feeling that Reiki is one which is very complementary and it can really make sense when you use it. It has to be experienced. You just can't just say that, oh, give me Reiki, I'm fine. No, Reiki is never tried. It has to be experienced with people suffering when they really suffer from something and when they go for a Reiki session. And it is individual feeling that they can get. They feel the way they feel relaxed or whatever. So what is Reiki? Today, Reiki is a natural healing technique that originated from Japan. In fact, there is some root of Reiki, which is called Chetna Shakti, is also way back to India. And our saints and other people that were using it. If you see in a temple or any healing places, they show, the deity always shows the right hand. Right hand is supposed to be blessing, left hand is to be receiving. So many times when you give a blessing to anybody bows down to you, put your hands on top, you feel something great about it, if it is received in the right sense. But now this particular technique was developed by Japanese spiritual teacher somewhere around 20th century and followed by profound personal experience during his meditation and fasting on Mount Kurama in 1922. The word Reiki in Sanskrit, we call it Chetna Shakti. Chetna Shakti is nothing can live without the life force energy. So Reiki means universal, Ki means life force energy. And both this together refers to as universal life force energy, believed to be flowing through all living beings and support physical, mental, and emotional being. Now, many times people say how Reiki works. Now, what is the Reiki? Where does it work? Like, when we say about mind, emotion, and body, right? So when we for like yoga practices, I'll just mention a little bit on that. So yoga practices, we take oxygen to look after our mind. And on the physical side, you take food and other kind of thing or non-toxic medication to look after yourself. But what do you do about the emotions? Now, emotions are something which is something which is, even a very strong person can be knocked down, or when a very healthy person can be knocked down, there is emotional trauma. Now, how would anybody deal with this kind of thing? And it's something which gives you relaxation, it reduces the stress, it improves your sleep, it gives you great emotional balance, increase energy levels, and support for the body's natural healing process. Now, looking at all this, if Reiki is going to work on your emotions, then some
I think we have lost him. Kailash's bandwidth is a bit low. So Kailash is so wonderful. And on this World Health Day, up there in North England, you love going to temples quite a lot and in the community, and you also get involved in the health activities. What are your thoughts on the World Health Day?
I think it's a very, very important. Today's episode is very important because health is wealth, like we said. If health is lost, everything's lost. So we often do not invest. People think money is important, but very important is health. And without health, there's nothing. So episodes like this is so important, where everybody comes on one platform and talk about, for example, when we just had Dr. Sushma talking about women's health. Now, I was going to, when she was talking, I could go back to my early motherhood days when I was a young mother, and my mom used to give me all these drinks to drink, herbal drinks and stuff. And after I had the baby, she said, this is really good for you, and it'll balance your hormones. It'll get your room back into place. So didn't really understand that. But now, listening to Dr. Sushma as well, how important it is, all these herbals and Ayurveda medicine, for women's health. And I think those kind of things are so important for today's World Health Day. I think it's an absolutely amazing, really, really crucial.
Indeed, Kailash. And talking about Dr. Ushma, she is here, smiling and beaming and ready to give some knowledge about how to detect spotting blood cancers earlier. So don't be fearful, because Sushma is going to give you the tips. Do listen to her. Kailash, let's welcome her. And just before we welcome her, Anukul, Reiki, Grand Reiki Master, Khushal. Reiki is also integrated health that people actually practice, don't they, Anakul?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what is important is to correlate it with the concept of so-called prana in the Ayurvedic system. And also, I've still got to find out real corroborative evidence between the concept of chakras in the traditional, what you call Indian system, and connected with Reiki. So I'm sure there is a lot of research work going on with using galvanic current and other kind of devices to find out how the various kind of energy forces are aligned in the body. There's interestingly very good instrument available, made by a made by a Russian scientist, who's been able to isolate specific lines of alignment of energy fields in the human body. Dr. Ulrich has already given me the particular information on that machine. It's just interesting to know how much research is going on in this field, but we are most of us are quite oblivious of this research.
Thank you, Anakul. So yes, good point. And Kailash, once again, let's welcome Dr. Ushma, who is going to give us knowledge how to spot the blood cancers early and not be fearful of them. Welcome, Dr. Ushma, and Kailash, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Neil Kumar. So again, it's a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Ushma Meswani, who is a renowned hematologist practicing in Preston, Lancashire, and she's kindly given up her time to share her knowledge about how to spot, early signs of cancer in our blood. So, Dr. Ushma ji, over to you to share your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for nice introduction, Dr. Kailash Ben. And it's a global namaste to all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, because this is my first time presenting in this meeting, but I understand that there are people from all over the world. So I think I'm privileged to be a part of this meeting, and it's a lovely opportunity to meet up with all of you. Now, I've prepared a small PowerPoint presentation, so I'll try and share it. I'm not very tech savvy person, so bear with me, hopefully.
So keep on talking and then go to the green button, share your document, and you are a co-host, so you can share.
So I've clicked on share documents, and I did open the document as well, but
you are not sharing. When you click on it, you select it and then share. Press the share and it will appear. It will appear and change the screen here.
So I've opened the document. I've opened the presentation.
Yes, now you need to share it. So if you go at the bottom taskbar, there is a share button. Click on it and you will see your document on your desktop. Click on it and share the blue button.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing. It share and.
Okay, no worry. Maybe offline later you can see how to share. Talk us through it. Talk what you are looking. Tell us. Give us
Okay,
some tips.
sure. So I'll minimize myself, and then I can. So first of all, as we all know that with regards to bowel cancer, we had a camera test or a colonoscopy. With regards to breast cancer, we have got a regular mammograms. With regards to prostate cancer, PSA blood test. But there is nothing about blood cancer actually. So what I was trying to talk in today's meeting is in terms of what are the early signs and symptoms we could look out for that could help to spot any cancers early. Now, first, so I was going to talk about what the blood cancer is, what are the common warning signs and stuff. Uh, then, then what do we? So whenever we go for a blood test, um, we normal the sample blood sample is taken and then we analyze the blood with regards to various bloods like hemoglobin, white cell count, platelet count. But the second aspect of the test is we make a blood film which is known as slide. We look it under microscope and we see some abnormal cells. I tried to prepare the slide, so can I try to share one more time, hopefully?
Yeah, go ahead. More important is giving tips to the consumer since they are not medical students
Yeah,
as
well,
to how they can do. Try it once more. Look, go to the bottom
oh,
taskbar.
I think I should be able to.
Yes,
Yeah,
you've done
got
it.
it. Yes.
You've done
Hey,
it.
right. I'm not very tech savvy
Don't
person, so I
worry.
think I need to go and do a tech course after that.
Don't worry,
So,
Ushma. Carry on because
yeah.
time is short.
You
And
can go to the slide share at the bottom, the slide show.
Oh, yeah, slideshow.
just
Perfect.
click it
That's
so the
great. Yeah.
yes,
Okay,
brilliant.
great. So if you look at on the left side, there is a spot of the blood, which is the normal blood. Then the middle is a slide. On the right hand side, top corner, there is a microscope. So we look at the slide under microscope, and then the bottom right hand corner, there is a blood film where we can see an abnormal cells, and that helps us to diagnose that is there anything we need to be worrying about here. Then, as we normally know that blood has got a various different cells, but there are three which are most important. Red cells which carry oxygen, platelet count which helps in stopping bleeding after a surgery or even a minor cut in the kitchen. White cell helps us to stop fight against infection. So if there is abnormality on any of those for any reason, that can affect the whole process. Now, what in a simple term, what's the blood cancer? As I mentioned, that blood has got a various cells. However, if the one type of cell, either a red cell, a platelet, or a white cell, if starts growing abnormally, then in that case it stops other cells to grow, and in that case people develop a blood cancer. There are loads of types, but three major types are leukemia, which affects the white cell count. So on a sometimes report it says white cell count normal value is 4 to 11, but in a leukemia it goes up to 200, 300. Lymphoma, which is a cancer which affects the lymph nodes, and a myeloma, which is a cancer which affects the bone marrow basically. Now, why early detection of any cancer is important? Along with blood cancer, we all other cancers, it's important because usually in the early part of the process, patients are reasonably well. They are able to tolerate the treatment very well. There are less complications, more success rate of the treatment, but at the same time sometimes less duration of treatment needed and a less complicated treatment is needed. So it's quite important. And similar with this, now what are the early signs and symptoms of any blood cancer? So I'm not trying to say that if someone has this signs, this symptoms, that means they have got cancer. It's the constellation of all the symptoms which needs to be taken into account along with abnormal blood results or a scan finding. In today's life, the life has got become very busier with the responsibility of work, career, kids, lot of other responsibilities. It's very easy to feel tired, and we often take it for granted that, oh, well, I'm just overworked. Frequent infections, again, infections which people normally develop like 7 to 8 times a day, and we often accept it that I'm just overworked or run down. If someone has fever without any clear reason, night sweats, what does night sweat mean? If someone has got a profuse sweating at night, which means that it feels like they've just come out of the shower and they have to change their clothes and a bed sheet in the middle of night. That's called drenching night sweats, and it's an indication that there is something going on. Unexpected weight loss, easy bruising if the platelet count is on a lower side. There are some purple or bluish rashes on the skin. So again, those are some red flags. Bone pain, when the cancer cells enlarges in the bone, it actually causes a pain in like a center of the chest, pain in the spine, or pain in a long bones. So again, when there are constellation of all those symptoms, it needs to be looked at actually. Some people may notice some swollen lymph glands in their neck, armpit, groin, or sometimes patient presents to us and say that, well, they have been told by friends or family that they look very pale. So that something needs to be seriously looked into. Now, what are the lymph nodes? So the lymph nodes are a small glands in the body. Lymph nodes can be swollen in any cause. Even a normal infection or inflammation can cause lymph node to swell up. However, it should settle down into within couple of weeks. So if you have any enlarged swelling for more than 4 to 6 weeks, without any evidence of infection, inflammation, it needs to be looked at. A common presentation is swollen glands in the neck after a sore throat. Now, I've found a small video on how we can look at the lymph nodes, how we can examine the lymph nodes at home. Again, lymph nodes can go up, down in any form of cancer, not specifically just related to blood cancer only. So
checking your lymph nodes once a month can help you detect any swelling that could indicate a medical issue. Lymph nodes are located in your head, neck, arms, armpits, and groin. An enlarged lymph node may feel like a pea or a grape, and it may feel tender. To check the lymph nodes in your head and neck, move your fingertips in a circular motion in front of and behind your ears, around your jaw, down the sides of your neck, and above your collarbone. Tilt your head towards the side of the neck you're checking to make it easier to feel for lymph nodes. Bring your elbows forward and hunch your shoulders when checking the lymph nodes above your collarbone. To check the lymph nodes in your arms and armpits, remove your shirt and lift up one arm. Use the fingers on your opposite hand to feel the center of your armpit. Check the front and back borders of your armpit as well as the inner border of your arm. Repeat on the other armpit. To check the lymph nodes in your groin, use your fingers to feel the horizontal chain of lymph nodes along the groin crease in each side. Then check the vertical chain of lymph nodes along the inner upper thigh of both legs. If you feel an enlarged lymph node or you're unsure, let your doctor know right away. Swollen lymph nodes can occur because of an infection, or they can be a sign of a more serious illness. Checking your lymph nodes.
So this was a small presentation on how we can check the lymph nodes at home. Now, what do we do? A simple blood test GP would organize for us would be full blood count. We can look at the hemoglobin, whether it's on a lower side, higher side, abnormality on a white cells or a platelet. Normal hemoglobin, if hemoglobin is on a lower side, it could be as simple iron deficiency, B12, or a folic acid as well. So again, not every abnormal blood count would suggest it's cancer. Whenever there is an abnormal blood count which raises the possibility of a cancer, we need another blood count to look at that, whether the first result was genuine, and to look at the trajectory on an upward or a downward trend. Now, what do we do if we suspect cancer? The first is repeat the blood test, look at the blood film under the microscope, CT scan or MRI as needed, and the next test would be a bone marrow test. So on an average, it takes around 2 weeks to get everything organized and to get the report. This would help us to get to the diagnosis. Now, the important message here that most symptoms on its own do not mean cancer. However, when they are persistent, that needs when they need to be investigated and they need to be looked at in detail. Again, this goes without saying that regular exercise, smoking, balanced diet, and everything helps to avoid smoking helps to fight against cancer. Now, it has been shown that even if 2% of our routine diet include ultra high processed food like bread, crisp, carbonated beverages, that increases risk of any cancer by 10%. Smoking releases carcinogens, we all know. So I won't go much in details about the healthy lifestyle type of thing. The most important thing is previously there used to be a higher number of death people diagnosed with blood cancer. It was not due to the cancer, but it was due to a complications due to the cancer treatment, which was a chemotherapy, because chemotherapy used to cause significant infections and other complications, and people used to die because of that. Nowadays we have got significant advances in treatment, especially the targeted treatment, immune based treatment, which avoids giving chemotherapy. And because of that, the complications are a lot less and survival rate have significantly gone up. If I just compare between 2018 and now to this date, leukemias, it has gone up from 45 to 65. Still, there is a long way to go for us. But if we look at the figures from 51 in 2018 to 73, 30% to nearly 60%. So definitely survival rate have gone massively up. There are loads of treatment options. Now with hematology, certain cancers are very slow growing. They all know all don't need treatment all the time at the time of diagnosis. Sometimes watch and wait, gentle oral chemotherapy can also help as well. Nowadays we have got immunotherapy which actually modifies their immune system. Bone marrow transplant, again, it's quite has significantly reduced the death rate in blood cancer. And CAR T, which is a new treatment, has revolutionized the whole management actually, where the cells are collected from the patient, modified actually in the genetically modified in the lab and given it back to the patient. It's not available widely. I think in UK it's available in 4 or 5 centers, but more and more blood related cancers are now treated with it. Now, again, some of the key take home messages is just listen to your body. If there are any persistent symptoms, get some medical help. Now, I don't know how much time I've got it, but briefly I want.
Your time is up now, Ushma. If you
Okay,
stop the
sure.
screen share, let's just ask one simple question. So,
Sure.
Ushma, just before we let you go,
Yeah,
just couple of tips of people to realize they might have blood cancer, because you saw the video with the lymph nodes and everything. Just
sure.
the next 30 seconds, what should people watch out for? If you stop screen share, please.
Oh, right. Okay, stop. Okay, perfect. So I think the common symptoms is if they have got swollen lymph glands in their neck, armpit, or a groin. Second thing, unexpected weight loss. Third thing, night sweats, drenching when they have to wake up in middle of night, change their clothes, bed sheet. They are the big red flag signs. And then in those cases, they definitely need to go and see some specialist.
Thank you. So what Ushma is saying, don't panic. This could be the probable symptoms. It may not be the blood cancer.
Yeah.
It could be something else. Okay, so don't fear. Go and see a physician. It's very important that you do, and they can then take some tests and guide you further. So Kailash, thank you very much for bringing Khushal Kumar, the Grand Reiki
Thank you.
Master, who actually had an internet problem. So we'll bring him on the self-care program. Ushma, maybe you can even come on the self-care program where we can just help people and the consumer to know what's happening. We'll now go to Gita because we've got so many people to share here. matters. So thank you, Ushma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kailash. Gita, you need to put your video on so we can see you. It's your turn now. If you could just...
Gita. Yes, Gita, she's from the S.A.H.A Foundation, Society for the Nutrition, Education and Health
So
Action.
Gita is not from Sneh, that's Anuradha.
No,
Gita
sorry.
is
Yes.
from the iPage. She is actually going to talk about
Yeah.
autism.
Yep.
So Gita, if you can unmute yourself and...
I did.
Okay, we can't see your video.
yes.
There's nothing there.
Oh,
If you got slides you want to do, yeah, we can see you.
Good.
Go ahead, please.
sorry,
And
the shuttle was off.
don't worry. Tell us more about autism. And you wanted to show a couple of slides before we go to Suba after you. So you got 8 minutes. Go ahead, Gita. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, shall I share my screen first?
Yes, please go ahead. It's fine.
Okay, so
You are a co-host, so you should be able to still. And keep on talking while you're doing, because at Healing we are seamless program.
okay, so I would like to global namaste, everyone.
Global namaste.
I run charity for autistic and complex needs people. Autism, most of you know, it is a neurodevelopment disorder. They have some difficulties with brain growth. They just look like us. There is not much difference. So it is very hard to identify who got autism and who has not. So what happens, there are three categories generally. One is high functioning, level 1. They can identify rarely. When you observe them, you can find out, okay, they have some repetitive behavior or lack of social skill or some emotional regulation. But you have to spend good time. Without support, you cannot identify that they have kind of autism. And they are very smart, very talented. Level 2 is a level 2 is a moderate, where they need a support. Without support, they cannot do better. So there should be a support at place. And with that, they can have a good life, they can work, they can get married. Level 3 is a severe, which needs substantial support 24/7, just like a baby. If they do not have enough support, they can harm themselves very severely. And there are 20% of incidents non-fatal because of autistic. They do not know the danger. So they are just like a baby, and you have to look after them. Even the 30 years old, maybe their brain developed 2 or 3 months child. So there are three main categories. Today, I'm going to talk more about autism stigma, because we are not accepting autism in our community. But we do not forget that in UK, autism is a disability. It comes under 9 protected characteristics. So if we are not including them in our community, home, work, school, it means we are discriminating them, and that is illegal. Current data says that there are 1 in 127 autistics are globally. In UK, 57, 1 in a 57, so nearly 2. In USA, 1 in 32, which is really high ratio. And in South Asia, 1 in 93. So these are the autistic numbers which are diagnosed. Which are not diagnosed, they are still waiting for the long assessment, and which is in the UK at the moment is 1 year waiting list. Now, what are the impact of stigma? So, approximately 95% of parents of autistic children reporting they are stigmatized by neurotypicals. 32% of families excluded from social events. 40% self-isolated because of the judgment and negative reaction from the people. Autistic people often internalized negative stereotypes, which is leading to a self-worth. It means their self-esteem is so low and it affects to their mental health. And most of the autistic people, nearly all autistic people, have a high anxiety. And if they have a learning difficulty with that, then they have an average 50 years life. So it is our duty to give them a good life, accept in our community and understand them. Now people would say how to accommodate them, how to make them understand. So there are three main skills that you need to keep an eye on it. Communication skill, social skill, and the behavior. So first of all, I always tell everyone, meet their needs and they will be fine. So when their needs are not met, then their behavior escalates. And when behavior is not in a control, they cannot communicate, they cannot talk to you or listen to you. There is lack of social skill as well. So how you can control the behavior? So the behavior comes from their sensory needs. Sensory, they could be sensitive to loud noise. They could have a trouble focusing and concentrating, so they would be very much fidgeting, jumping around. They have a poor fine motor skill. They might have a poor gross motor skill, so they cannot run, they cannot ride the bike. In a poor fine motor skill, they cannot cut anything, they cannot hold the scissors, they cannot hold the pencil properly. Some people, they don't like to touch. Some people, they don't like to eat different kind of foods. They are very fussy eater, and autistic have a leaky gut, which is affect to their brain development. That is one of the area people are researching at the moment, and Subaji will tell more about it. Autistic people, when they wear kind of clothes, they are not comfortable with that one. So common cotton clothes, fabric would be better for them. They don't like strong smells. So there, even lights. So there are so many different sensory needs. When the sensory needs are not met, then the behavior, you will see flapping hands, screaming, lying on the floor, running away. These are the behavior you will see. Because of that, we need to talk to them. We have to communicate. Now, autistic people, they could have some verbal, some communication skill. Some are absolutely non-verbal. Some have they are very talkative. They just like to talk non-stop. So each and every autistic person is a different. So we need to understand what kind of communication skill they need, and which one is given by either the parents or from the school. It could be a visual cards, it could be a sign language, or it could be a PECS. It's a special kind of communication which speech and language therapists implement.
So
Now
Gita, Gita, tell
yes.
me, if an autistic child is suddenly angry or not behaving or upset, what is a quick solution to keep them calm? How can human being can learn and understand and be patient with them? What trick do you use because you deal with autistic children?
Yes, first of all, give them a time to process, to understand the world around them. If you think it's so noisy, take them to the quiet area. Let other people to go away. They wouldn't like crowd. They wouldn't like to communicate or so many people around them. So first of all, physical environment. Make them feel safe. And when they calm down, you can offer them food or drink. usually water. Even some autistic people doesn't like water. They need flavor water or colored water. So the parents, the trusted person should have to be there. If it's a severe or moderate autistic, it should have to be with trusted adult, and they should know what to do and not to do. But
So
main
it's
is
so
give
it's
them personal
important.
space.
So it's important to give them personal space, be patient with them, know your autistic friend or a child or a family because they get more associated with the people they know and feel secure, and
Yes.
give them a space and don't put them in a hustle bustle environment. Is that right, Gita?
Yes, absolutely. And give them
Wonderful.
processing time. When you talk to them, wait and count in your head 10 to 20 seconds. Then they will respond because they need a processing time.
Thank you. Thank you, Gita. And Gita, you of course you run IANC. It's a place that is a setup that you have done where you are helping people. You actually take part in a lot of activities, outreaches. So we are very proud of you. Gita, let's go to India now. And Suba, if you can unmute yourself. She is going to tell us about special needs clinic she runs and an early diagnosis, isn't she? And she might even tell us more about autism. So let's welcome Gita. Let's welcome Suba.
Hello, hi everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this meeting with a panel of expertise. So happy for me to be here. And I'm going to talk about the early signs and symptoms and diagnosis of autism, the sensory seeking people. So, the early signs, first, the parent will be like there is no focus, eye contact. One second, I'll share my slides. So there won't be a focus, eye contact, and the child will be aloof. And the age appropriate smile, the smile won't be meaningful. Okay.
I love the presentation, Suba. This is nice and
Thank
easy.
you.
Yes.
Thank
Let's
you.
let's teach people what they can, some tips
Yeah.
to gain from there. Over to you, Suba. Carry on.
Yeah. So, initially the patient's first prime concern is with a limited eye contact and no response to the name call, and the child won't have cheer ups with uh, a laughter, with a joint attention with the peer group or with the family members, and the social smile. That is actually my prognostic sign. The simple smile will be a clue for me. It's a drum card for me to take the child further. Like the simple smile means meaningful. The smile is from the heart, the wholesome smile. It will be absent in those kids, and the child will have waving, saying has difficulty in have struggles in gestures like waving, saying bye, say hi, say high five. The child won't do that. So the child will be like it won't be grounded like other kids of the same age or the child of the same age. They have their own world. They live in a different their own life. They won't be composed. They won't be self-oriented. They won't be organized themselves. Okay, and they'll just disconnect themselves from where they are, verbally, visually, as well as with the physically. Okay, they don't want to get touched, like Gita said, and they don't even track with the favorite, the person who are close to them. They won't even track where she's going, where they're going. Even the normal peer group, the normal age group kids will do it, but they won't, and they have the toe walking and then flapping of hands, and there is a decreased spatial orientation. So every day they go that way and the same space they live, but there is an object in between. They never mind it. They will have a trip with because of the object every day with the cot or with the almirah or with the cupboard. They couldn't able to connect with the thing which is around because lack of orientation. They are not composed. They are not subtle. The feeling of I that won't be there. And the biggest concern is there is no speech. They create some words which are I mean kind of meaningless sounds. Okay, and it is also not that age appropriate. So next slide. So that's what we should not go for wait and see. It's like the child was babbling, engaging socially, stops demonstrating the skills. It is a red flag. It is an early sign. The parent should be aware of it. So the wait and see or switching over the environment, switching over the therapy centers, then switching over the physicians here and there. But this makes the time gets delayed. So you have to act as early as possible when these early signs being addressed, noticed from the child. So we do a professional evaluation, kind of the assessments, the comprehensive assessment from the child's parent, the parent history. That makes the biggest contribution to get the information about the child, and that is about the development behavior, all the parents' observation. They will be I'll be asking, we'll be asking them, we'll get the information as a subjective assessment. And we have a lot of sensory profile assessment depend upon the ages. And we have cars. I usually like to do cars 2 and 3 because it's very easy, user friendly. And we have ages and stages that we compare the all the emotional, the senses, the sensory development and the milestone development that can be compared, correlated according to the age. And so we have the evidence-based therapies. Depends upon the findings. We do therapies. So being a pediatric physiotherapist, so I believe in sensory integration and physical therapy and occupational therapy will hard play a enormous role in making the child to live a life independently. It depends upon the child's potential. So sensory integration, it helps the child process and respond appropriately. And as Gitaji said, there is lot of motor skills, coordination, physical development issue the child has. Usually the sensory issue will progressively develop into a motor issue. For example, the child walks on their toes, in due course of time starts developing contractures in the ankle. And the child always looks with a deviation of visual, like having pressure, keeps on pressure and deviating vision to some one extreme with having pressure, keeping pressure with the eyeballs. They develop a same the neck kind of torticollis. So small sensory issue that became a bigger behavioral issues, as well as the child will develop a motor skills deteriorations also happens. So with the OTs, we do work on daily living skills, fine motor development, and the adaptive behaviors. And for with the educational approaches, we work with the cognitive and behavioral strategies also. Depends on the age, and the support strategies or visual support, the picture schedules, boards, visual cues. Helps the child to explain the routines and expectations clearly. And we do assistive technology also. The absent tablets aid communication scheduling and learn through interactive tools. And we do a lot of parent training, so empowering caregivers with the strategies so that we lines up what is done in the therapy centers has been taken as a message, take home message, and it's been strengthened the whole day by all these means, and they'll come back with a not like as if to start from square one. I mean, so we'll start from the new phase from the next week or the next day after the home program if it is done properly. So therapy outcome, how we will find the outcome measures this. It is like the age depends on the therapy outcome depends on the age of onset, the early intervention, as well as the how early we diagnose, how early we try to rewire the neural plasticity. No, that is the one which is the tag word we work on. We believe in it. So how early we rewire the neural system, nervous system, that much early we can see the prognosis. So the early intervention will give you a vast and very big difference in the to bring the child's potential to the maximum. And so the common sense of very good prognosis is first, what I used to say is like the biggest sign is the receptive language. The child starts receiving the main focus of the therapist or the parents or the caregivers or the whoever it is working for these autism kids is like the receiver. The child should be in such a way to receive what are the impulses. I mean, what are the message being conveyed, the child has to receive it. The child should be in a position to receive all the messages, and it should be like child should be aware of what is happening, the feeling of I. The child should be deep rooted. I mean, what is happening? I have to say yes or no. Who is she? What I'm doing is right. What I'm doing is what I'm engaging myself is correct. So the child should be like regulate itself by uh, in so many ways, and also the regulation also. The child should have the capacity to regulate by itself. So that is the very good sign of prognosis and growing into a way. So the child should be should we can say healthy boundaries. The child can say no, and the child has greater cognitive thing like so self-composed, okay, and functional resilience. Kind of the child can recover faster by again, even there is some stress and setbacks. It won't be like persistent before, like before the therapy starts. It may be like remission exacerbations, but the persistence of good way is more than the previous episodes. So life after therapy is to navigate. That is the final thing. That's the bottom line of every. It's a dream to navigate. Every individual to navigate on their own. Okay, they should be more integrated. Then they should not. It's not like they have to be very calm and composed, and they should be, like I said before, it's present, more present. They should be calm. They should be subtle. They should engage themselves according to the, at least according to the plus or minus like age group, and more authentically connected. So that's healing is not a destination. It's a way of traveling. We are alongside those doing the courageous work of growth. So I think they've given me 10 minutes. I think I've finished before that. Or
So
I
Suba,
can add. Yes, sir.
Suba, well done. If you could stop screen sharing, let's just chit chat a bit.
Yeah. So actually, this therapy, the sensory processing, every word, every therapist will say sensory processing, sensory processing. It is nothing but a normal brain will register all the senses, registered, and it will modulate and it will discriminate. Sometimes the child can't able to discriminate. And that discrimination helps him do a purposeful, meaningful task
So Suba,
and to behave.
Suba,
Yes, sir.
Suba
Yes, sir.
will be talking to you. If you stop the screen share, please,
Yeah, yeah.
so we can see you. So this is wonderful. We have learned about
Stop.
autistic child, autism.
Yeah.
Let's just quick have a chit chat as well with Gita as well and Anakul. So the same applies to autistic children as autistic adults.
Nilji, each and every autistic person is different. It's a unique. So even they have a same needs, but strategies are different.
Okay, so there is an individual tailoring need for each one of them.
Yes,
I
and that is
realized from the presentation, Subha, that you gave, that they don't
Yeah.
recognize gestures, or they don't, even if you are trying to call them by their name, they wouldn't know
Yeah.
that you are calling them. Is it
Yes.
because they are angry and they want to ignore, or is they cannot process their name?
It is not. It is unable to process.
Okay, they are unable to process. So what is
Yeah.
a trick to, is it nice, gentle touch with them to know that we are talking to them? How do we make the autistic child or a person realize, yes, Gita, how do we make them realize that we are referring to them?
yeah, do not touch, please, because if you do not know, just go in front of them, wave your hand like this and say hi or hello and smile and wait for the response.
So they can process the gentle gesture that somebody is trying to say hello to them. Is that right?
Yes, they do, because they have been taught some of the sign language is good, not okay. Then there are so many visuals as well, like we use them. We communicate so many pictures to communicate
Yes.
with them what we
Yes.
need to improve their emotions because they cannot express how they feel. They cannot understand how other people are feeling. If someone is crying, they would be smiling because they do not understand that the person is sad. So, for that, you can use a communication diary like this, which communications they are struggling with, and keep referring again and again all the
So
time because,
effectively, Gita, what you are saying, we need a lot of patience with them. The
yes,
parent needs to learn that, okay, it's fine. The child can be mildly trained to be comfortable and understand if you be patient with them. And Gita, you mentioned very important thing, the stigma behind autism. And that's something slowly and gradually we need to eliminate because it's just like mental depression. People hide it, or drug addiction. People hide it.
yes.
Alcohol addiction, you don't have to hide because you can easily see on that. So, Anukul, what have we learned today?
A lot, because I get many of my patients who are sometimes, I mean, some of them are autistic, and obviously I receive them with their parents or some carer. And let me tell you, I am often a bit scared. I hope I don't irritate the child or something like that. If I'm to examine a joint or a hip or spine or something, many of them come with scoliosis and other developmental disorder. And if I'm to examine them, I have to prepare myself properly. And I usually talk to the parent before time that what do you want me to do? Make sure that the child doesn't get worried or scared. So it takes a little bit of time, but given sufficient time, I think I get reasonable access to whatever I want to examine. So it's quite a learning experience. I think I have to learn much more about about this particular conditions. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Geeta.
Yes, Gita,
Yes.
you want to make a comment?
Yes, Nilji, I would like to say that what you talked about stigma, because of stigma, out of eight in eight, sorry, 8 people out of 10 are suffering with mental health. 6 out of 10 are suiciding, and 3 out of 10 are attempt to suicide. It's very concerning data because we are not welcoming them in our community.
So they can process how to commit suicide. How do they, where do they get that knowledge so they know how to commit suicide? Because they're
We
not able to process certain things. Is it they might accidentally do something?
No, there are two reasons. One, they do not know the stranger is danger or what is danger. They can go and catch the fire. We do not know. But
Yes.
they have a repetitive behavior. So they have a same thoughts coming over and over and over because of high anxiety, and we are not welcoming them. They are not understanding what are the reasons for behind this depression. Then they just think about killing themselves, and at some point the repetitive behavior, the idea has stuck in the mind, and that it comes in a practical way.
So we have learned such a lot of things here. So if your child, you think your child is potentially suffering from autism, don't worry about the stigma. Worry about getting the child healthier, better, and at ease so the child or an adult can live a beautiful life. They are human beings. They can be actually gently trained to understand things. Subha, Gita, very well done. The
Thank you.
next guest we are going to go to,
Thank you.
Anuradha,
Thank you.
Anukul. She's
Yes,
also
yes,
in a special needs organization, the from Sneh Nivesh Foundation.
yes.
So at some point, Subha, Gita, we need to introduce you to them as well, where
Sure.
Anukul and Amrita will initiate so we can grow our family. And let's welcome Anuradha.
Mahesh.
Anukul?
No, yes, exactly. I think she's a chartered accountant, and not a simple thing to talk of. And she has worked very, very hard taking care of many of these children with special needs.
So are you
Got
trying to
people
say
to
that she is accountable?
That's what she is now trying to make sure other organizations do. So she has been working out in systems to make sure that the good accounting is maintained and what are the necessities for maintaining a child for a length of time, getting them into the right place, getting them into the right profession, right job. So it's a quite a difficult job. As I said before, the entire autism concept is quite complicated and not easy. And
So, Anukul, are
for a
you
normal public, is not easy at all.
Anukul, are you trying to say that Anuradha's expertise is to put them into employment or into society back? Is that, Anuradha, is that what you do?
Yeah, yes. So we are trying to create employment opportunities. And if they cannot go mainstream, we are looking at sheltered employment opportunities.
Wow, this is exciting. Anuradha, is all yours. Go ahead, and then me and
Please.
Anukul will chat with you after 10 minutes. Over to you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So I have been listening to the talks the last, hour or so, and it's very interesting. And the talk on special needs and autism, really gets me excited always. And I think it's really nice for giving me the opportunity to be part of this very knowledgeable forum today, and this and the very meaningful occasion of the World Health Day. And, I sincerely thank the South Asian Health Action and the Rotary Club for bringing us together. And when we are talking about healing our earth, normally I think people always think about, clean water and, things like that. But I think, always being with the special need community for the last maybe 2 decades or so, and I will explain why that is. I think today a healthy earth also requires people to live with dignity, inclusion, and giving an opportunity for every human being, right? So that is where this whole thought process of SNE started, which is called Special Need Empowerment Hub. It is an initiative that is focused on creating sheltered employment opportunities for adults with special needs. So we're talking about any kind of special need, whether it is autism, cerebral palsy, ADHD, or also if it is going to be visual challenged and hearing impaired, where we have to be a little more equipped and trained to be able to handle the adults. And here we are talking about adults. So let me just give you a 1 minute short background of why a chartered accountant is into this. So, of course, I finished my chartered accountancy maybe a donkey years ago, but it was because of my son. My first son is a special child. And I was in the Middle East, and when he was diagnosed with something called epilepsy and cerebral palsy, we really didn't know how to handle this. And this was obviously 25 years ago. So there were no schools and there was no platform to even, actually understand or discuss such things. So when I came back to India and we put him into special schools, I realized there were not many special schools also to handle, children with epilepsy and health issues. I think today autism, special needs are all something that people have understood, also accepted, and bringing their children and family around. So it is, and there is a lot of awareness and talks and the do's and don'ts. And, as we had the previous two people speaking about, what is available for autism today, what is available for special needs today, it's amazing. So I think, okay, right now we have, moved into a world where there is more information, and how this information is processed and utilized effectively is, of course, up to every, family and individual. So at SNE, what I realized in this process is, after education, okay, there is a huge gap because there is a lot of education imparted, there's a lot of vocational training imparted to each of these, and with a lot of effort by so many schools and institutions. But what is happening to them after this gap? So what do they do with all the education and vocational training? Now we realize that many of them could not be actually placed in an employment that helps them. So, and even if they are placed, it's a matter of 6 to 8 months or something like that, and they all come back, right? So, and that is when it actually got me thinking, saying, okay, now if everybody cannot be really placed into mainstream employment, everybody has a skill. So how could you convert this skill into some occupation and engagement that everybody will have a job tomorrow? Am I, yeah? So,
Yes,
so that was the thought process. And this thought process is also as a mother, as an accountant, and as a person who has been with the special needs for about 20 years. So then we realized that yes, a group of people have to come together. And this 20 years journey, I'd made quite a bit of friends in the special need community. And there were people who were really willing to do a lot of things to see how we can actually set up, some kind of a sheltered employment opportunity. And we also decided when we're doing a sheltered employment opportunity, it should be something that every person who comes joins us. We will have a formal process to assess their skill, see how much of the skill actually deserves dignity, and how that can be translated in some kind of a product or activity that they can be effectively engaged. Now we started this in 2019, and it was just around the same time of COVID, right? And we realized, since most of the institutions were shut, a lot of people with special needs were actually stuck at home. And of course, I think COVID was a different world, so where everybody had their own experiences and their own perception to things. So when it came to the specially abled community, we realized most of them really didn't know what to do, because as the previous speaker was also talking, there is a lack of expression, there is a lack of ability to be able to do a lot of things. So what happens then? So then after and during that time we realized, even if they were in institutions, they are back at home. So what is it now that they can do? Is there something that they can do as a skill? Is there something that they can come together? And how does it work? So that is how Special Need Empowerment Hub. So we started this as a Section 8 company, which is possible in India under the Companies Act. So, and we called it Nivesh Foundation for the Welfare of Differently Abled Persons, where we wanted to keep it very open. We didn't want to limit it to any kind of disability, but we just wanted to ensure they were adults. They had a unique identity disability card to help them identify themselves. And identification of a special need is not bad. Identification of disability is not bad. We wanted to also, kind of break that taboo a little, to say it's okay to be disabled. You do have a skill, and that skill is what something we can look at employment. So this is how we started. And we said we will start with some institutions who are already, providing occasional training. And we will also invite individuals with disability to join our platform. So when we started in 2019, we started with about 5 institutions and maybe about 2, individuals with special needs. And we had about 4 or 5 products they can do. And during the time of COVID, it was only masks. So mask was one of the products where it was being tailored, painted, something adding creativity to what could be done. But post that, yes, we started developing on some product lines, which would be simple things like we would convert their art into notebooks. We will convert the art into trays and coasters. And then we decided we could take it to homes, we could take it to corporate gifting, we could put together employee appreciation kits. And slowly like that, we started expanding the product lines. So if they had a skill, so if there was an institution which was doing block printing, we would tie up with them. We would provide them all the support, like we would supply them with, good blocks, with organic paints, something which is also sustainable and something that they can do. See, most of the institutions obviously work on budgets and donation. So when it comes to that, unless it's very easy to say, do this, do that, but you must be able to provide them the facilities and the platform to be able to develop the skill. So we realized, so that is where my accountancy actually helped me. So I could put this together as a business proposition for a non-profit cause. So we said that we would put in money, we will try to make a surplus, and this surplus will go to the development and the building of this this non-profit platform, which has to be sustainable. It's very easy to start anything, but to sustain it and to see it go for the next 20 years is where I think everybody has a challenge. And obviously funding is always a challenge. So we said we will start small. There is no hurry. There is no target. There is no, there are only self goals and we just have to go by it. But our vision will be to provide some kind of, a positive, productive engagement for everybody with a special need. And also after COVID, we realized that there was a whole load of mental health issues that came up. This was also because of people just sitting at home, not knowing what to do, not being able to do the, whatever they are good at and things like that. So we said this was a good time to also bring them together and start. So now at the end of 5.5 years, today in 2026, we are tied up with about 48 institutions across Pan India. We have 500 plus beneficiaries and we have 100 plus products. And all these are listed on our website called www.sneindia.com. That is Special Need Empowerment Hub India.com. And we also have a shopping portal. It's an e-commerce portal. So we which means that we are also trying to be very transparent with whatever products we have and how we are, taking this forward. And if I want to link health to inclusion, today I want to connect health with something we are always talking about, inclusion. Now, today we are saying diversity, inclusion, you have ESG, you have so many new terms that has already come up. And I think even in some of the companies' reporting boards, I think the ESG compliance has been, is actually coming into force and becoming a little, it's actually becoming important. So along with, we are talking about saving the earth, saving, and the, whatever climate, all other things that we are doing. We also feel this inclusion is a very important thing. Why? Because it is health is not just physical, right? It's also about mental well-being. It's about emotional security. It's about social belonging that everybody should have. And of course, financial independence. No point in having everything when you're, financially dependent, which you'll again go back to, not being very emotionally secure. So now imagine an adult with special needs who's dependent for everything. He has no structural engagement and he feels invisible in society today. So this is not just a social issue, this becomes a health issue. So that is where at SNE we feel we want to see this transformation every single day. When a person earns a first few rupees, see, we don't pay greatly. We pay at the end of thing, we pay about 5,000 rupees a month. I think if you convert it into pounds, it's like very less. But it's not the amount. It's the thing that they can proudly say, yes, I made this. And because of making this product, the product is sold, and because that product is sold, I am getting this money. So each one is entitled to a stipend, and it becomes a sheltered employment platform. It becomes a healthy, thriving platform with a healthy competition. So as of now, we don't really discriminate performance. We kind of put everybody equal and pay them the same stipend. But in a few years time, we will try to say you'll have to do better, so that there's no complacency and people always try to do what they can and they do it best. And this also affects a whole community of families. When I'm talking about 500 beneficiaries, I'm automatically talking about 500 into 3, assuming each family at least has 3 to 4 members. So the entire family health is also happy. There's no question of a parent blaming a 30-year-old son, saying you're not able to generate any income, you're being a burden to us. So, to that extent, the family health is also, I think, really improving and protected. And, we are very happy that, this kind of healing is happening, and we are not just an individual, but it's also of the families and the communities. And when we are talking about these products, we are also talking about this entire gifting, which should actually be sustainable, right? So today we are trying to avoid plastic as much as possible. So if you go into sneindia.com website, you will see lots of products that are handmade, which are low waste and sustainable, which are produced in small, mindful batches. So we are not really looking into machinery. We have block printing unit where the block prints. So we supply the cloth, we supply the paint, we supply the block prints. And we only want the group of specially abled along with a trained trainer to be able to do the prints the way that needs to be done. And then when we get the cloth back, we convert that into notebooks, into notebook covers. We convert them into pouches. We convert them into stationery kits. We convert them into tote bags, into canvas bags, anything. The option is actually unlimited today. Similarly with weaving, I think many of you would have heard that weaving is very, is highly therapeutic. So we have a lot of autistic individuals who are very good at weaving. and they will not be able to do anything. As as ma'am had earlier spoken about autism, they might be very silent or they might be speaking too much. But if they have a weave or something to be done, they will just mechanically go weaving it. Now,
Thank
what
you,
could you do with all the meters of cloth that is woven, right?
Anuradha.
So yeah.
Anuradha, thank you very much.
Ah,
You mentioned autistic.
yeah,
So I brought back Suba Thangesh, who is
yeah,
in India, and Gita.
yeah,
Anukul or Amrita will put you in group touch with them.
yes,
Maybe you guys can exchange ideas and Geeta can adopt some of your tricks over here, or she can share what she's doing here in United Kingdom. Suba, who is there in India, at Healing Our Earth, we unite people, we grow the family, and we create better communities. So either Amrita or Anakul will initiate that. If
sure,
you are on a Facebook, you can just join me, and
sure,
then we can connect with each other. So it's
yes,
wonderful activity that you are doing, being an accountant, bringing people into. So Geeta and Suba mentioned that they've got self-esteem. They are lacking self-esteem. By putting them into employment, that's their value and worth, and maybe that brings them in a better light and everything. So it's so wonderful the work that you are doing. So you, Suba, Geeta can expand. Anukul can be the conduit to make that happen. Anukul, what have you
I
learned from Anuradha's activities?
My God, it's amazing. It's such a hard work to do because I've got one of my classmates, Dr. Chandrasekhar Desai. He's from Pune. Runs a center by himself, Navshitij, and I've seen a part of it. I do not know how it completely works, but it's amazing amount of hard work. And I must congratulate you for really such a successful work to develop Sneh and maintaining it in such a good way. Thank you very, very much, Anuradha ji. Thank you.
thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Anukul and Suba and Geeta. 30-second comments from each one of you, please. Thank you.
Uh, Neilji, I would like to thank to you to giving opportunity at Diwali stage where I raised concern about employability of workforce to autism. Our UK government did take step about it.
Brilliant.
Yes, and now
Brilliant.
curriculum, educational academic curriculum is changing as well because of mental health and anxiety. So we are constantly producing white papers, contributing white papers. We are doing research and we are feeding information all the time to bring the changes in the society to make an equal society.
I
Fantastic.
remember that very clearly, Geeta, when I took you and the children on Trafalgar Square, which is the world's #1 square. The children were so excited, they were so happy, and what a platform it is with several tens of thousands of people learning about autism. And we should do more in larger events. We should take more people, which is so beautiful. Geeta, we are very proud of the work you are doing. Suba, well done. I love your presentation. If you could give it to Geeta, and Geeta, then you can pass it to either Anukul or Amrita or Nishit. We can put it up on the Facebook. Let people learn more about it and let's reduce the stigma. One of the person, Geeta, I want you to be in touch with is Kirit as well from the S.A.H.A organization because he supports all those things. He's here in Midlands, which will be very beautiful. And now we are going to go to smiling, dynamic Ashish, who is actually going to tell us about the unwritten health because he's the CEO of one of the organizations. Geeta, thank you. Suba, thank you. Anuradha, thank you.
Thank you.
Stay around. You're going to learn
Thank
much
you.
more. And Anukul, let's welcome our regular health episode producer,
Kirit.
Kirit over here. Kirit, a global namaste to you. And who have we got lined up? And tell us a bit more about Ashish.
Global Namaste, and thank you,
Thank you,
Anukoji.
Kirit.
Yeah, so it's a privilege to have our presenter today is Ashish Rishi, who's actually the CEO and founder of Unwritten Health, and he's also a member of the State Scientific Horizon Scientific Advisory Board, and does a lot of work around globally, not just in Europe, not in UK, but globally. And also, you were talking about the scientific work that you're going to be doing. This is where Ashish can also link into your
Exactly.
new network. So it's great. And today's topic is really what we connected, Ashish and I, some years ago, because people, our communities, South Asian communities, diverse communities, are not getting involved in clinical trials or research. So the amazing work that Ashish has been doing over many years to kind of bring clinical trials awareness and research, and that's what we've been kind of connected on. So without further ado, Governor Namaste Ashish ji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you very much, everyone, and namaste. So firstly, I want to say thank you to Kirit for inviting me, and actually for this forum existing, because I think it's very rare that this sort of stuff exists, and so it's very empowering. So thank you very much. And I want to start by just saying that I think this is potentially one of the most important conversations we can be having right now, and not just for the health sector, but for anyone who believes that science should serve all people. And not just a certain subsect. So let me just start by saying, my name is Ashish Rishi. I'm the founder and CEO of Unwritten Health. And what I'm going to share today is about a problem that is hiding in plain sight in the UK, and one that is costing us money, costing us medicines, and costing lives. And the reason why I know this is from my personal experience. So admittedly, I'm a very old man now, but when I was 17, my father had a lot of back pain. He was a TV engineer. Can you even believe that a TV engineer exists as an industry? So he used to repair TVs. So he had a lot of back pain. He was losing weight, and the GPs were just dismissing him, going, "Mr. Rishi, it's a good thing you're losing weight." He couldn't digest any food. In the end, when he did finally advocate for his own health, it was found out that he was diagnosed with terminal prostate cancer. And so me and my mother, I'm an only child, no family network in the UK. We were taken into the doctor's room, and I remember it to this day. I was 17. My mum, English is third, maybe fourth language. And we were told, okay, Mr. Rishi has 6 months to live. Here's a flyer. Please go away, and we'll contact you in due course for next steps. But there's nothing we can do. So what that journey took me down was, why did none of the medicines work for him? I know prostate cancer, he was a young man at the time, and science has advanced since then. This is 20, 25 years ago. But really, the challenge is, why was he not given the opportunities to join a clinical trial? So what I'm going to do is, we're just going to get into this. So the WHO's theme for World Health Day is Together for Health, Stand with Science. And it's about building public trust in our medicines and in our science. And I love this theme, but I want to just interrogate it a little, because standing with science only means something if the science is worth standing with. And right now in the UK, the science, it has a problem, because the UK, it holds one of the most valuable health data sets in the world, 68 million NHS records, decades of longitudinal data spanning every region, every demographic, every condition you can think of. So on paper, this is amazing. Other countries look at what we have and they're genuinely envious. Everywhere I go, the NHS, the UK is a powerhouse. But here's the question I want you to sit with as we go through this talk. Who is that data actually helping? Because science that only works for some people is not science at the top of its game. It is science with a structural flaw. And when that flaw fits at the foundation, in the data itself, in who gets counted and who doesn't, every finding built on top of that carries that flaw forward. So we're literally, if the data isn't strong enough, we're adding bias after bias after bias. So by the time a medicine is developed and it's on the market, it may not work for myself, my family, or people like me. So medical advances, for me, must reach all communities, not just those that are the easiest to study. And this is what standing with science actually requires. So let's start with the good news, because there is some good news about the UK. I'm not that very always this negative, but the UK is a top 3 global life sciences hub. The UK has world-class universities. We have the MHRA, one of the most respected regulators globally. And we've got the NHS, 68 million patient records, free at the point of use. It's been spanning decades. And when a pharmaceutical company looks at the UK, they see an extraordinary opportunity. And on paper, this should be the best place in the world to run a clinical trial. But something is going wrong, and the numbers tell this story clearly, right? So let me just break it down. Clinical trial participation in the UK has fallen 25% since 2022. And we're now at the lowest level of industry-sponsored clinical trial activity since 2018, so pre-pandemic. So setting up a commercial trial in the UK can take up to 9 months before a single patient can actually join a clinical trial. 9 months. That's before anyone has even walked through the door. The United States runs trials faster. Europe has built more agile approval pathways since Brexit. Asia, particularly Singapore, South Korea, is competing hard on speed and infrastructure investment. So we're not losing on the quality of our science. Our researchers are still world-class. Our healthcare system is still world-class, but we're losing on access, on speed, on the ability to identify and reach the right patients quickly enough that sponsors choose us over a faster alternative, like France, Germany, Italy, if they are in Europe. But this is the thing. The populations we're failing to reach are not randomly distributed. They are disproportionately the communities who carry the highest burden of disease, which brings to me why this matters far beyond the UK. Globally, 75% of clinical trial populations are white. So that means that drugs that are developed for all of us, 75% of the people that the drugs have been tested on are white. And if you look at it from a global perspective, that they're tested on the minority, the global minority. So there's some work to be done here. 3/4 of that people we test, they do not reflect the actual distribution of disease burden. And the consequences of that, they're not theoretical. So 1 in 10 approved drugs show differential safety or efficacy by race or ethnicity. And, you know, a lot of this was brought to light by, I mean, historically, there's been a lot of evidence, but mainly in the public domain from the pandemic, when, you know, South Asians and Black populations were affected adversely by COVID. And, you know, those pulse oximeters that were used to measure lung function that were used, well, they didn't work on brown or black skin because they were never tested on brown or black skin. So what they were doing was actually overestimating lung function. So people were going home on the assumption they were fine, whereas actually they were physically unwell, and hence why there was a increase in deaths. That's not the only reason that happened, but that is one of the contributing factors. So the regulatory world is waking up to this. You know, in the US, the FDA now has encouraged diversity action plans for all pharmaceutical companies if they're running phase 3 clinical trials. And the EU is moving in the same sort of direction. So for me, the science is finally catching up to the problem that communities have lived with for decades. And the UK has a choice right now. We can lead this change. We can be the country that figures out how to be inclusive, representative, equity-centered, you know, better than anyone else. Or we can keep falling behind. So what I'm going to show you today is why I believe the first option is not just morally right, it's actually commercially essential. So, you know, when we talk about big bad pharma, you know, that profits matter. You know, it's a business at the end of the day. But here I'm going to show you why that's important. So to understand how we got here, where drugs don't work on certain populations or access isn't given to certain areas in this country, you need to understand what health data fragmentation actually means in practice. Because it's not an abstract concept. It's a daily operational reality for every researcher trying to work with NHS data. And here's what it looks like. Primary care has one IT system. Secondary care has another. Mental health services often have a third. Social care is largely separate from all of them. And these systems are not built to talk to each other. They were built by different organizations at different times to serve different purposes. And essentially, they don't communicate with each other. Now, layer on top of that, the governance structure, hundreds of NHS trusts, each operating as an independent data controller, each with different rules about who can access what, under which conditions, for which purposes. A researcher who wants to link primary care data with hospital outcomes data with mental health records faces a different approval process in every trust they approach. That is just going to make research harder and harder and harder. And then there is what is simply missing. You know, ethnicity fields are inconsistently recorded or absent. Social determinants of health, housing, income, employment, caring responsibilities are rarely captured in any structured form. That context will tell you not just what happened to a patient, but why it happened, who they are, and what their life looks like. And that is all largely absent. The result is that researchers cannot ask the questions the data should be able to answer. And crucially, the people most burdened by disease are the least visible in the data used to treat them. That is the structural failure at the heart of everything I'm going to talk about. So the Sudlow review, which came out in 2024, Dame Sudlow led an independent review called Unifying Health Data in the UK. It was commissioned precisely because the people who run our health research system knew there was a problem and they wanted an authoritative diagnosis. And the verdict was stark. The UK is not yet realizing the full potential of it, but the numbers behind the conclusion are worth stating clearly. Researchers routinely wait months, sometimes years, to access data sets that should take weeks. Only 3% of UK randomized controlled clinical trials currently use routinely collected NHS data. 3%. Despite the fact that it is theoretically sitting there, available, relevant, and valuable. So this is because of fragmented governance, incompatible systems, and unclear access pathways are identified as the primary barriers. And I want to be really precise about what this means. This isn't a funding problem. Throwing money at it will not fix it alone. This is not a technology problem either. Better software is not the answer. It's a structural issue with measurable human and economic consequences. So let me put some of those numbers on what structural failure actually costs. Setting up a commercial trial in the UK takes up to 9 months, like I've mentioned. That is 9 months of overhead, of salary costs, of time that a medicine is not getting to market. You know, we've got to have lab tests, we've got to have the sort of infrastructure there to be able to run a clinical trial. So that's all being paid for. So sponsors look at that timeline and they look at what is available elsewhere. So they make a rational commercial decision to go somewhere faster. So they're not coming to the UK. And the ABPI has reported that UK commercial trial participation is at its lowest since 2017. So companies are not leaving because they dislike the UK. They're leaving because access is harder here than in competing countries. Right, let's look at the upside. A 2025 analysis estimates that better access to NHS and UK biodata could unlock over £10 billion per year in economic value for UK life sciences. And that could rise to £21 billion with a full package of reforms. So fragmentation isn't an inconvenience, it's a macroeconomic liability. And every month we do not fix it is a month in which the UK forfeits its position as the best place in the world to do this work. Now, let me tell you about that human cost. I know I used my father's example previously, but 42% of UK oncology trials do not include a single Black patient. That is data that's publicly available. If we were to go deeper into the data, where if we look at us South Asians, or if we look at other populations, whether it's neurodivergence, whether it's LGBTQIA community, we simply do not know how underrepresented they are. So that's nearly half of cancer trials in this country complete without one Black participant enrolled. And then if we look at lung cancer, higher incident rates in the Black population, prostate cancer, so many different cancers where the Black population is more prevalent in them. And the infrastructure makes this almost impossible to fix quickly. That's the other issue, because ethnicity coding across NHS systems is quite inconsistent, that researchers often cannot even measure representation accurately, let alone address it. So how can we solve a problem we cannot see? And it goes deeper than oncology. A Nature Medicine study on early phase trials in Northern England found that patients from the most deprived areas are significantly less likely to be referred into clinical trials. So that's people living further away from metropolitan cities. They face the same barrier. So there is that sort of gravitational pull towards people who are really advantaged, already engaged with the health system, already in the right postcode. They will get access to clinical trials and the better medication. And this consequence, it's not just about fairness, though it is about fairness, but it's not just about fairness. The consequence is that medicines are being developed and approved based on populations that do not reflect communities who we will ultimately use them. And this isn't a diversity problem, it's a patient safety problem. And it's not happening right now. So we know who is missing from the data, but we also need to talk about what is missing, because that is equally important. Housing, employment, income, education, environment, these are not soft peripheral factors. They're actual drivers of disease risk and treatment response. Where you live, what you earn, whether you have stable housing, these shape your health outcomes more reliably than almost any clinical variable. And they are almost entirely absent from the data sets used in drug development. So if I know we were talking about mental health a little bit earlier, but if we look at social determinants of health documentation in mental health records, it's declined over time. Structured fields go unused. Context ends up in free text, or it is not recorded at all. Deprivation indices and housing statistics, they exist, but they're rarely linked to clinical data or research. And the consequence is, without social determinants, clinical models can identify that a community has worse outcomes. They cannot explain why. And if you cannot explain why, you cannot design interventions that usually fix it. I am just conscious of time, so I'm gonna rush through the next couple of slides. But I want to be fair here, because the policy landscape is shifting in the UK, and significantly. The Sudlow review has prompted real action. The government and Wellcome have committed £600 million to a health data research service. And this is all meaningful progress. But for me, it's like the plumbing is being fixed, but not the issue. And I want to be very precise about what the policy can and cannot do. Policy can unify existing records. It cannot recover data that was never collected. Legislation cannot bring back decades of missing ethnicity fields and absent data. So my argument here is we cannot analyze data that doesn't exist. And that is the gap no infrastructure program is trying to close right now. And in a long-winded way, that's essentially what my job is. My job is to fill that gap with unwritten health. So the NHS records what happens in clinical settings. We record what happens in people's lives. Equity Engine, which is the name of our platform, is a lived experience data platform built specifically for underserved UK communities. My focus right now is my community, just because that's where I'm most comfortable. So I'm working with South Asian groups across the UK, going to gurdwaras, going to mosques, going to temples, to just raise awareness about the health data issue. So we're collecting data directly from those communities. We're running like culturally safe surveys, digital diaries. And so we're, rather than relying on clinical coding, we're sort of developing that longitudinal data, which is given by consent, which can help pharmaceutical companies make better decisions, make sure that the drugs that they do bring to the UK and the clinical trials they bring to the UK can actually work on our populations here in the UK. And that's something that I'm entirely focused on. And our core focus is around 420+5. It's a policy here in the UK. And it's a priority populations that we're supposed to be focused on, which the NHS England itself is identified as having the greatest health inequalities. But I have found evidence that 90% of trusts in the NHS are failing this core 20 plus 5 policy. So they're not meeting the targets. So that is racialized groups, people with severe mental illness, those living in the most economically deprived areas. They're not getting access to better treatments. So we collect the data that clinical records were never designed to capture, and we make it available to the research pipeline that urgently needs it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will stop there, but yeah, this was all waffle now. Anyway.
Thanks, Ashish. That's great, and obviously you've highlighted some of the challenges. Obviously, this is where I'm going to just bring in some of the work we've been doing. If you can stop sharing your screen, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So, Kirit, that was a wonderful presentation by Ashish. Ashish has just recently opened up a YouTube channel. So if we could start going and subscribing there. I've just joined as well, Ashish.
Oh, thank you.
So you've got one more person over there. It's just
that's
a
good.
new one. But Ashish is also on LinkedIn. And there he has got over 4,000 contacts, which is very beautiful. If anybody wants to connect with Ashish, just go to LinkedIn. He has been there for a while, and he's actually sharing with people there. And it's simple, just put Ashish Rishi and you will actually get him. Here it is, Ashish smiling, Ashish over here. I love his tagline as well, which he has created over there, that healthcare does not fail because people do not care. It fails because decisions are not made without the right data. And at Healing Our Earth, and Anakul, who is actually trying to get this data so that we can merge science and tradition. So Ashish, we are very proud of you, particularly the fact that, you started young, you were almost left discarded, as if, oh, hold on, it's just your life, you have to do it. And look at the way you've come leaps and bounds. We are very proud of you. Let's take a comment from Anukul Goswami, who will also connect with you through Kirit, with the Science and Tradition Association, where you'll be useful. Anukul, your comment.
I think it's this is a very, very important set of information on data, because my personal relationship and information that I have, it is very difficult to get the right data even from the records. In India, you have a training for 3 years as to how to input data. Over here, most of the people are not trained in data inputting. So even when I've seen a particular condition in a matter of month, 1 or 2, 3 different cases, I thought I will go and pick up the data and publish some paper or something. You'll be surprised I could not get anything. In fact, something to do with an elbow, I came up with conditions completely different, like in cardiac conditions. I said, how is it connected? And I tried my best to correlate them, and there was no way. So the data people who are putting the data inside is also inaccurate. So it is something that we must bring out in the Science and Tradition Association, that we must be able to get the right data. There's no need to have such big data units, but yet not to have any data at all for assessment. And that fragmentation is very important, very nicely highlighted. Thank you, Ashish. I will certainly join you. Yeah.
And Anukul, whilst we were here, Dr. Preeti actually sent a message on there, and Kirit has actually reached out to her. So Kirit, if she has given her details. So Kirit, if you reach out to her, because she has got over 200 clinical trials, which is exactly what we are looking for. And shortly, for next 10 minutes, Kirit will be saying what data and research he's sitting on. Let's take a quick comment from Dr. Ulrich Burke, who is our Agnihotra lead at the Science and Tradition, and see what comment he has got. Ulrich, you were listening to Ashish. What did you think of it?
Actually, that is not my area of expertise, but I was surprised that there are so many data available, but they do not cover some of the important facts, the important criteria. So I was really surprised about that. And of course, great if that could be done, if that could be changed. And yeah, so wish you good luck with that. And also Dr. Anukul said it is a problem for him in his research work not to have these data. You know, so the research we are doing, that is on a small scale, so it does not affect us so much because we just go for the patients which we examine, so we know all the data. But for such a thing and for clinical trials, that is a different thing. So that's really, it was interesting for me, very interesting, but it's a different subject, so I can't say much, but still interesting, and thank you.
Thank you, Ulrich. And Ulrich, which state are you in India at the moment? It must be very hot there in India.
It's terribly hot. It is 40 degrees, and in the night more than 30, but it's an ashram, and normally it's a very simple place, but I have installed an AC for me, otherwise I couldn't stand it.
And the beautiful part is, Ulrich, you love playing with fire because Agnihotra and Homa is your specialty. And in this hot weather, my God, it must be like a blast furnace.
Yeah.
Wonderful, Ulrich. Stay around. Let's go to Kirit. Ashish, so well done. Ashish, you are part of the Healing Our Earth family. You will be contacted regularly through Kirit, Anukul, Amrita. Keep in touch. I think I've added you on my Facebook as well. So pop in and say hello. Let's keep in touch and grow the family, and let's help and create better communities. Kirit, you've got some stats and research lined up for us. So over to you for next 10 minutes, Kirit. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think Ashish has highlighted the challenges of some of these clinical trials and the lack of representation and participation. So this is where, for the last 10 years, we've been focusing around getting South Asian communities, patients, better engaged. So firstly, we've been working with Macmillan and looking at breast cancer trials. And again, we found through just getting some of the women who have gone through breast cancer hadn't been engaged in breast cancer clinical trials. We started this focus group with them, got their reasons why they felt they weren't engaged, and there were three things. One was they didn't know about them. Secondly, the clinicians weren't engaging them, and the thirdly was there's also mistrust as well. So again, clinical trials, so there wasn't better education or explained to them, so that's why they refused. But they did said had they knew about it, they would definitely have been participating because it would have helped them with their breast cancer journey. And again, that's one clinical trials that we've been trying to help shape better engagement. The current one that we're working on it's called glucose control in labor with diabetes. So it's Guild study, and it's looking at women. This is a big study that's taken across 10 hospital sites, and it's going to be looking at how women and birthing people with gestational diabetes are treated during labor. And particularly we're focusing on South Asian women because we know that there's a rise of within the South Asian population and within women, gestational diabetes, is quite prevalent. And it's really, what is gestational diabetes? It's when someone has a high blood sugar level during pregnancy, and it usually disappears after giving birth to their baby. But most importantly, it's the pathway of what support is offered, how culturally sensitive, how appropriate. There's language challenges, communication challenges. So this kind of study that we're working with the Nottingham Clinical Trials and as a community partner to try and ensure that women recruited going through those sites have got that better cultural sensitivity and appropriateness. And we're going to be providing those hospital sites with cultural awareness and cultural sensitivity kind of engagement so that they're better able to engage women. And one of our kind of key focuses really been about, as Ashish mentioned, in terms of Core 20+5, we were commissioned locally to deliver and develop connectors, lived experience connectors with cancer, respiratory, hypertension. Now, these are connectors who, again, through their journey, haven't really been engaged. They're given reams of booklets to go and read, but their mental well-being hasn't been supported. And also, once you've given this diagnosis of cancer, they've had to deal with it and suffer in silence because, again, they couldn't go back to their families and talk about it. So this Community Connectors group that we've created is really a peer network support group that's enabling them to share their journey, but also to look at having that peer support as well. So we bring them together every week, and this is really to try and get them to support each other, build confidence, but at the same time, we're trying to change how the hospital systems are working, and that's kind of one of the kind of focuses really in terms of. But why I mentioned connected is because through this gestational diabetes project, again, we've recruited connectors who've gone through gestational diabetes themselves. They will be providing peer support via telephone support to women going through those hospital sites. So this is going to be quite important. And again, making sure that the people who have been recruited, get that lived experience, get that culturally sensitive, somebody who's gone through it themselves, somebody who looks like them, women, South Asian women going through it will be able to, manage and help the women who are currently going through it. So that's kind of the model that we're actually embedding within this clinical trials that's going to be taking place. And finally, we've kind of been working with the National Institute for Health Resource, BioResource, on the world's first children's DNA program called Decipher, 0 to 15, capturing their saliva that could be then, sitting on a database that researchers, scientists can then look at future predictions of the age group, that the cultural group, but the age group of what illnesses they may suffer with. And again, that's been a project we've been working as a community partner for over the last couple of years, and trying to recruit people from our communities who are willing to kind of let their children take part. And finally, the newest project that we're currently working on is looking at the rise of the lack of HPV vaccination. So human papillomavirus is given to children, from the ages of 14 up to 16 in primary schools. And that's something that we're facing a challenge, because Leicester has a low uptake of vaccinations that have been given. And that's because of we're trying to tackle the culture and the taboos and the myths around that, because traditionally this vaccination was only given to girls. And now since June 2019, it's also up to the boys. But the myths that we're trying to tackle is the myths around girls are getting it, this vaccination, to stopping them from being sexually active. And that's, total, it's a myth that we've been trying to break, because what we're trying to do is get the message out in the community and the faith communities that it is to prevent girls from getting cervical cancer. It's a prevention measure. That's really, and for the boys, why they're getting it since 2019 is, again, it's looking at various head and neck cancers that boys may get in the future. So it's a preventative measure, and that's the kind of challenges we're trying to break, some of the cultural and the kind of religious taboos around vaccination. We know with COVID, there's been a lot of kind of uncertainty, or people that communities have been fearing around vaccinations. But this is something that we're really trying to have dialogue and conversations to say it's a prevention measure, but it's also getting education out in the community. So we actually got children and parents helping us to co-design this project and produce relevant, culturally sensitive information that we can share with those communities. So I'm going to kind of stop there and kind of bring Ashish back in terms of, because he mentioned about cancer and obviously prostate cancer. This is one of the areas that we've trying to get more testing done and screening done. But again, what men don't know, men are not totally, they get pushed by the GP when they go and say to them, we want a PSA test. This is the only form of blood test that you could have to kind of slightly to detect prostate cancer, or whether there's signs of it. But again, GPs don't routinely do it. And it's something that we're saying to the men that we come in contact with is, and also people with our lived conditions who are going through, say, diabetes. We've got annual checks that we do every year. It's a blood test that they could add to that, which is going to take, they're taking our blood anyway. So it's going to be another test that they could find, which helps. So Ashish, in terms of clinical trials and engagement, you highlighted quite clearly in terms of statistics, but what do you think are the challenges, why South Asian communities are not getting involved? I touched on some of them, but you, from your experience.
Yeah. So it's also tackling stigma. I think that's one of the big challenges we have. So if getting tested for prostate cancer, for example, I don't think many people are aware that it's a blood test now, not an invasive investigation, which I think will put people off, especially some men. Also, I don't know, in the Asian community, I remember no one talks about their cancer. It stays within the family, so it never goes out. They don't want to talk about it. They don't share it. So then people aren't able to refer, because a lot of clinical trials is word of mouth. It's you should really, in the community, access this, access that. But if no one's talking about it, no one knows. So a lot of the work we do is about tackling miseducation. And I've done, in my community engagement, but it's also doing it in a different way now. I think a lot of it used to be advisory boards and all that, which is still good. But now it's about going into those communities, just embedding yourself, having conversations, not doing that one-way sort of communication that it used to be. So that's beginning to evolve now. Yeah.
Excellent. Anakul, do you want to, obviously from this is something that we, from Healing on Earth, we can certainly be doing more around the awareness and education, I think, definitely around various trials that's going to help our communities.
I think this is a very important, because what he had identified is the recognition of the social factors in contributing to the major illnesses. And I find that consistently absent even in clinical records. Even in the doctor's records, there's nothing mentioned about the social conditions other than those written by the psychiatrists or pain consultants. And it's one of the factors that we have to introduce in our Science and Tradition Association. That's what I'm trying to introduce, is making sure that we are able to understand the cultural issues, the traditional issues within the families, the social factors which contribute, like harassment, various violence and other kind of things. On top of that, how it can be changed is by working through appropriate education from the early childhood. So that's another thing that I'm trying to emphasize, is that unless the right education goes in the right place, we'll not be able to get the social structure properly oriented towards good health. So that's one of the essential parts.
And as you said, the NHS have been doing some good work around this, because over the last 2 years, they've created this research engagement network. So they actually recruit people from the community to become research ambassadors, take in the community whatever clinical trials are taking place, locally, regionally, nationally, to try and raise awareness of that. So that's been really good. The challenge we have is, it's about sustainability of these initiatives. They're good. They're a good idea. We know it's working, but we have to keep arguing the justification of sustainability, and that's a big challenge, really.
Kirit, talking about sustainability, South Asian Health Action has been there now for a number of years. So you are doing a wonderful job, and you are bringing not only different people together, but the community together. You are specifically targeting to the South Asian matters. And coming from Leicester, which is very South Asian based, because 60 years back, that was one of the first cities. So organizations like yourself are doing wonderful job, and that's why you are a permanent health episode producer at Healing Our Earth. And I think we don't want to stop it. Let's look at it positively, like what Ashish is saying, what you are saying, what Anukul is saying. Let us help it, because you are from UK, let us help the National Health Services to slowly penetrate more and do more activities, because there are a lot of negative talkers as well. Let them carry on. We go with the journey of positive direction, which is very beautiful. And talking about positive direction, Kirit, let's tell people what's going to happen at Healing Our Earth in the next 4 weeks, so that people can join and they can participate. So Anukul, next week, Kirit, is our 6th year since pandemic. So we want everybody to come and bless, share their moments and what were their memorable moments at Healing Our Earth. The following week is the Earth Day. This is where Ulrich loves, because he loves purifying the earth with Agnihotra and Homa, and Sudhir loves that. And we got a lot of exciting lineup here: how to avoid plastic, how to plant the trees, how to make the world green. Our power, our planet. It's our choice. Let's make it happen. And then following week, is the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, where we are going to bring the 27th anniversary and say and tell and share with people how Tai Chi and Qigong helps to the people. It's so beautiful. At Healing Our Earth, we are so diverse. We include all the communities, all the genders. There is no gender bias. There is no country bias. So it's beautiful. Ashish, this is your first time at Healing Our Earth. How does it feel? Do you feel a bit healed?
Yeah, no, I'm very impressed. Kirit has introduced me to you guys before, and I read into it. So yeah, I'm very impressed, and I think I'd love to be involved. Yeah.
And you will get involved with Anukul as well, because when it comes to unwritten health and clinical trials, then Kirit will facilitate that and then put you in touch with them. Are you in Manchester or London at the moment?
So I'm based in Manchester, but I come down to London a lot. My mother's in London.
So brilliant. When you come to London, we'll meet up. Manchester, you are very close to Wigan, where Anukul is.
That's where I am, by the way.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
that's good.
meet in person, and also Dr. Kailash Parekh, which Anukul will facilitate over there. At Healing Our Earth, we like growing our family in different countries, different continents. So together we can create better communities. And Ashish, from the way you started, not being from the medical background, suddenly into complete health matters, which is out of box thinking, which is what is very much required. Even Kirit, the way he started quite a while back, starting was not always easy, but now it's gained momentum. Kirit actually travels also into India as well, and have made so many contacts and facilitators. So it will be nice for all of us to get together and expand the family, bring the science and tradition association there as well, where we bring the integrated and traditional methods with scientific data and clinical trials. So again, that's going to be very beautiful. So it will be very nice and contact. So Ashish, stay around. It'll be very nice. Kirit, shortly we are going to go to Indian guests from Rotarian Lal Gohel, and we are going to get those people going. Anukul.
Yes.
So are clinical trials and data and research very important to make influence within the health authority?
Yes, absolutely. I think there is not only from the health authority, we might have to collect data independently from the GPs and also public health department. And I was in fact going to ask Ashish about this. How much can we depend on the data that we get published or otherwise in a department? Because when it comes to deciding on how we're going to allocate our resources, we can go to different websites and collect certain data. Question is, how reliable is it? And I think that is where Kirit Bhai is going to tell us better, because he has got he's got real hands-on experience on this particular area.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think the data that's in the public domain in this country, it depends on the mechanism, the analysis that they use, whether there's any data that's been suppressed or not. But generally, I think it is reliable. It's just so fragmented. It's so everywhere. So trying to build that holistic picture is, I think, a challenge. I don't know, Kirit, if you agree or disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's right. And I think from where we're coming from a community level, is we need to, the data, the analysis over the last 10 years, there's been good, the NHS have been getting analysis to do all this number crunching, diversity. But what we're trying to do with our communities is empower them, advocate and educate them that this data is there, and you can, it should be, if you're trying to look at your condition, then do your research. So then you go to your GP with that research information. But I think from our point of view, hence we got more involved in research and clinical trials, is because our communities were not being engaged, and we need to get better data for these conditions that are affecting our communities.
That's brilliant. So Kirit, we have now got some wonderful guests lined up in India: Dr. Ruchira, Dr. Nikita, Dr. Vishnu, Dr. Rashi, Acharya Sri Shivam. They're all going to bring their element, tips, and matters that can actually help the global health world day. We are just waiting for Rotarian Lal, who is here, and let's actually welcome our resident host on every episode, Rotarian Lal Gohel. Global Namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Gohel. You are, of course, not just the founder at Rotary for organ donation, but you are involved in many matters that just deal not only with health, but general wellness and well-being. A global namaste to you, and it's all yours now. And Anukul and Kirit, let's welcome Rotarian Lal Gohel.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste.
So what have you got lined up for us, and your opening message, which you always bring some wisdom to us on this, the World Health Day?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar, for giving me once again the opportunity to address on this very, very important World Health Day. And today, as you know, that being the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, my topic will be about the World Health Day and organ donation, a call for India to move from awareness to action. Every year on World Health Day, that is going to be celebrated on 7th April this year, every year rather, the world reflects on the meaning of health. In India, this reflection must go beyond prevention and treatment. It must include the power to save lives through organ donation. Health is not only living longer, it is also about giving others a second chance at life. India's harsh reality: India faces a silent yet devastating crisis. Over 5 lakh people need organ transplants every year. Less than 4% receive them. Thousands die waiting, not because treatment is unavailable, but because organs are not available. Despite medical advancements, the organ donation rate in India remains critically low, around 0.5 to 1 per million population, far behind countries like Spain, where it is about 52, and the USA, which is about 48. Even Saudi Arabia, which is touching 43. This is not a medical failure. This is a collective societal failure. And the power of one decision, one organ donor can save up to 9 lives, improve the lives of another about 75 lives through tissue donation. A single yes at the right moment can transform grief into hope and loss into legacy. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Clear?
Yes, very clear. Very clear.
Okay. So this is the situation today, and India needs more than awareness. For decades, India has focused on awareness campaigns, but awareness alone is not enough. We need family conversations about organ donation, mandatory request systems in hospitals, a stronger implementation of laws under National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, NOTO, training for doctors through sensitivity counsel families, community-led movements, not just government messaging. Organ donation must become a social norm, not a rare exception. Cultural strength, not barriers. Contrary to myths, all major religions in India support organ donation as an act of charity and compassion. India's greatest strength, its values of seva, service, dan, giving, and humanity, makes it uniquely capable of leading the world in organ donation. The barrier is not religion. The barrier is hesitation and lack of timely decision making. A personal and national responsibility. This World Health Day, let us ask ourselves, have I pledged to donate my organs? Have I informed my family of my donation and the decision? Have I inspired at least one other person? Because in the end, policies don't save lives, people do. Conclusion: from health awareness to life creation, World Health Day should not end with discussion on fitness and disease prevention. In India, it must become a movement for life creation. Organ donation is not just a medical act, it is the highest form of humanity. Let India lead, not just in population, but in compassion. Let us pledge today. Live healthy and give life even beyond life. Thanks. And now I would like to invite my first panelist guest speaker, and she is Dr. Ruchira Gupta. Dr. Ruchira Gupta is MD, PGDPN, Boston, FIAP. She is a senior consultant, Kailash Hospital and Heart Institute, Noida. Dr. Ruchira Gupta, please.
So Rotarian Ruchira doesn't seem to be here, but Nikita is the next one.
Okay, so I will
Nikita,
take up the Dr. Nikita because
Nikita
I
Power
can't
is
see.
here. Nikita, if you can landscape your video like how everybody is, so it looks very nice and professional. Nikita, landscape, and yes, Rotarian Lal,
Yes,
go
yes.
ahead.
Dr. Nikita Pawar is has been awarded as the best doctor by the government, as the award named was the Maharashtra Ratna Puruskar, and she's a general practitioner and a special kids counselor in Mumbai. Dr. Nikita Pawar, please. Okay, Dr. Nikita Pawar, please unmute yourself. Please unmute. And please turn your mobile in a landscape position like this.
Landscape?
Just, yes, please.
And now if you flip it, so you are lopsided. If you flip it.
Yeah, sure,
turn
sure.
it.
There is some issue.
So Nikita, you have joined from two instruments. The other instrument was landscape.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, don't worry, just carry on. Make yourself great.
Little struggling with this. This is actually, I don't know, some I think mobile, the new mobile which I'm using. So
okay,
maybe.
You have to unlock and then do. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lal Goyal sir. It's been long time I've been seeing you, and I was waiting for this opportunity. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And without any hesitation, we'll start with the program. And I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Nikita Pawar, and I am a general practitioner. I've been practicing more than 15 years in Mumbai, and I've been also I've been also doing counseling for special kids. And apart from that, I'm into also diabetology, and as well as taking care for the obesity related patients as well. So we'll talk about World Health Day. So basically, according to World Health Day, it's just a state of complete physical and mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of any disease or infirmity. So basically, if you see, it's just not more than just an absence of illness. It relates to overall well-being and quality of life. Recently, we see the rates of lifestyle diseases and mental health problems and global health issues are very much increasing. So people are now vulnerable to such chronic conditions due to sedentary lifestyle, unhealthy eating, and which has increased tremendously. So hence, on World Health Day, that is 2026, on 7th April, we hold it a very great significance. It is a catalyst for change and giving visibility to healthcare and importance to prevention, early diagnosis, timely and appropriate treatment. Global health campaigns, governments, and healthcare providers and organizations work together to see specifically critical health issues and right to health quality.
No, you are on mute. Please, Dr. Nikita, you have gone on mute. Dr. Nikita Pawar, you have muted yourself. Please unmute. Please unmute. Dr. Nikita, please unmute yourself. Yes, now please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So basically, what we are looking at on World Health Day, we are focusing on few things. Like, firstly, we have to do good physical activity. That is, at least I'm telling all my colleagues, my patients, and my family members as well that physical activity of 30 to 45 minutes is must every day. Then secondly, we all stressed up. We are having sedentary lifestyle. We are sitting in front of the computers. We are not exposed to sunlight, which is also causing a lot of vitamin D deficiency. And in turn, vitamin D deficiency low levels are giving a lot of rise to weight gain as well. So very important is that you have to improve your stress levels. stress levels means you have to at least start doing some kind of yoga, meditation at least before sleeping. 15 to 20 minutes or half an hour can really improve your stress levels. Very important is that we need to have very good dietary rich fiber foods, and very important another aspect is 7 to 8 hours of sleep and good rehydration of water, especially during this summer season. So at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep and 5 to 6 liters of water every day. Suppose we continue to do this and we really forge ahead, in telling all the people that if we can really beat all the issues, and we can do these simple lifestyle changes apart from relying on the treatment. So key factors are only these which I have been recommending to my patients as well. So when we see in this, basically we should also do routine examinations. We should really go in for doing at least yearly, quarterly good blood reports. We should do our ECG levels, because nowadays we see that a lot of patients are also getting a lot of heart issues related to cardiac arrest, sudden cardiac arrest, because they are going into the gym and suddenly they are going to cardiac arrest. So what is the reason behind it? Because of, mostly I feel that it's stress related. Indirectly we might be feeling that we are happy, but because of a work routine and because of a lifestyle, we are somewhere or the else stressed. So to improve our stress levels, if you do little bit of these lifestyle modifications, it will really do a lot of wonders. And for very important is that you have to start being positive, and you should always be smiling, and you should build up a good health services, learn to have more about preventive care. You should deal with the mental health, because mental health is also like, you need to promote it, because mental health problems are also a very important thing aspect these days, because people are overthinking, they are going into depressive mode. So we need to change our lifestyle. If we change our lifestyle, these issues will not occur, and we can eliminate most of the diseases and most of the health related issues. So my conclusion only will be this, that it's like on World Health Day, it's good to remind ourselves that good health is not about thought that we are unwell, but it's what we need to look about it every day. Getting awareness, better choices to greater food and healthcare, and eating a little, getting a little more exercise, and considering our mental health will give really good long term effects. And looking at a health will give our more best things and help ensure that we have good health and good body and good well being in the future. Thank you so much, Lal Goel sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nikita Pawar, for giving your views about how to keep yourself healthy on this World Health Day. So thank you very much. We will come to you then the next round if the time permits.
Sure,
So we will take more
sure.
questions. Now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest speaker, and she is Dr. Vishnu Deepti S. Dr. Vishnu Deepti S is MBBS, MS, MCH surgery. She is a consultant oncosurgeon at Bellary Medical College and Research Center at Bellary. Dr. Vishnu Deepti S, as we are celebrating the World Health Day on 7th of April, what would like to give a message to the community on this very important day? Dr. Vishnu Deepti S, please.
Global namaste to everyone, and thank you, Lal Goel sir, for giving me this opportunity. I have a small PPT to share with you people. Can I share my
Yeah, please,
screen?
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So if you look at the bottom taskbar, there is a share arrow. Yes, you've
Yeah.
got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, sir.
Yep, you've got
Yes,
it.
yes.
It's still not sharing, but you've got the share screen. Oh, yes, beautiful.
Sir, can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Uh, so now coming to today, I want to discuss regarding the cancer patients in India and versus other countries, focusing on the epidemiology challenges and the future directions. So, cancer is one of the leading causes of death globally. However, the way cancer presents and diagnosed and treated varies significantly between countries. So, today we will compare India with the global scenario to understand these differences. Coming to the global cancer burden from 22 to 24, these are the WHO statistics. and 20 million new cases are being diagnosed every year, and 9.7 million deaths have been recorded, and 1 in 5 people develop cancer every year, and they are at the risk of developing this cancer. And coming to the India, 1.46 million cases were discovered in 2022 and 1.56 million in 2024. So lifetime risk is around 11% in India itself. So the overall cancer incidence is expected to increase by 27% from 2015 to 2025. So total burden projections indicate roughly 15.7 lakh new cases. And coming to the gender breakdown, estimated 8 lakh cases in females and 7 lakh cases in males. And leading cancers in India are seen in females, that is breast cancer, cervix, and ovaries. And leading cancers in male are lung, oral cavity cancers, and prostate cancers. And cancer-related deaths are rising with higher percentage increases in women compared to men. And tobacco is one of the high causes, is the causing factor for leading to high prevalence of cancers in these people who use tobacco. Lifetime risk is 1 in 34 females have lifetime risk of developing cancers, and 1 in 68 for males. There are only 1 point, and coming to the limitations, coming to this scenario, we have only 1.5 radiation oncologists per million people compared to 20 in the US. So this is one of the examples where there is a huge gap between the number of patients that has to be treated and the clinicians available. Based on the estimates from the National Cancer Registry Program under the Indian Council of Medical Research. So this is one key comparison table. You can see the parameters in India and the global. New cases in India are 1.5 million compared to 20 million globally. Mortality is high compared to the developed countries, even though the incidences are less in India. Lifetime risk is 1 in 11 and globally it is 1 in 5, which is very much higher. Detection is late in India compared to early. Let's see what are the causes for this late detection in India. Now, this global distribution, 49% of cases are only seen in Asia, higher incidence in developed countries. Most common cancers are lung, breast, and colorectal, risk factors being smoking, obesity, aging, and alcohol in developed countries. And the risk factors in India being tobacco chewing, HPV infection, poor screening, late presentation, and lack of awareness. And healthcare infrastructure, India has uneven access compared to the developing countries where they have universal systems, and the cost of treatment in India is high out of pocket compared to developed countries where they have huge insurance covers. And these evidences were taken from the WHO and Globocon data, and incidence varies 4 to 6% globally, and real world evidence in India is from NCRP. This is actually dependent on the 43 registers which are widely distributed around our country with regional variations, and Northeast has the highest incidence of cancer burden in India. And coming to the future projections, there is estimation of around 2.46 million by 2045, and by globally it is 35 million. What are the challenges we are right now facing in India? That is the late diagnosis, infrastructure gaps, and workforce shortage, and lack of awareness among the masses. Screening programs we have generally for these cancers, we have for breast, that is mammography. In cervix we have pap smear, and colon cancers we have colonoscopy, and occult stool screening for blood. So in India we have limited opportunities for this screening for mammography for breast, and in developed countries they have a structured programs for this screening of breast cancers. And in cervix it is again opportunistic because of the remote areas and limited healthcare accesses in India, but in developed countries it is more organized. And for colon cancers it is extremely rare, as for colon cancers the screening tool is colonoscopy, and developed countries it is actually a routine thing after 50 years in males. So key takeaways from this is India has lower incidence but high mortality ratio. Late diagnosis is one of the biggest problems, and prevention with screening is the key. So as we already saw, the early detection is low in India and it is high in USA or Europe, that is developed countries. Screening is again opportunistic in India and it is well organized in the developed countries, and survival is lower in our country, but it is higher in the other countries, even though they have higher incidences, and the cost burden is high on out of pocket expenditures, and in developed countries it is insurance based. Towards a cancer free India, what our government has taken initiatives. They have now been introduced a strong policy driven approach focusing on the prevention, early detection, treatment, and new innovations, and with multi sectoral collaborations. And the budget of 2025 and 26 key highlights were 99,000 crore health allocations and 200 daycare cancer centers. Uh, this is the this is what they are looking into for from 25 to 26, around 200 daycare centers to open up, and 36 cancer drugs have been exempted from the duties. So this helps in reducing the treatment cost. So daycare centers to increase the access, drug exemptions to decrease the cost of treatment, budget allocation to increase the infrastructures. This is one of the programs, national prevention for the cancer and the communicable diseases. This they have a strategies to increase the screening of the oral, breast, and cervical cancers, early detection at the community level, infrastructure expansion, so like 770 NCD clinics and 6,000 of CHC clinic, tertiary cancer care expansions, state of art clinics to be started in 19 state cancer institutes and 20 tertiary care centers, and one has been opened in Jajjar, and Chittaranjan National Care Institute has been opened. And this is one of the uh, schemes introduced in 2018 by the Government of India. This is for the universal coverage for the rural and downtrodden people, which also covers the cancer treatment, chemo, radiation, and surgery. 90% of the patients start treatment within the 30 days who have this protection, reduces financial burden, and some financial support schemes introduced by the Government of India, Health Minister Providential Fund, up to which covers up to 5 to 15 lakh support and covers poor patients, and National Cancer Grids. They have introduced the 287 cancer care centers all over India, which has almost covers 60% of the cancer burden. They treat 7.5 lakhs patients per year. Breakthrough innovations have been India's first CAR T cell therapy and NextCAR 19, developed in collaboration with IIT Bombay and Tata Memorial Center, which is one of the leading cancer centers of our India and affordable for advanced care therapy. India has been collaborating with other countries. This quad cancer moonshot collaboration with US, Japan, and Australia, focusing the cervical cancer elimination. And I would like to mention that to prevent this cervical cancer, India has developed is indigenous HPV vaccine from the uh, Serum Institute Pune, that we have Cervivac, which is a quadrivalent vaccine, and it has been they have started to provide it free of cost to female children aged more than 15 to 40 years. Awareness initiatives like Fit India Movement, Eat Right India, World Cancer Day, all these initiatives have been taken by the government of India. So key takeaway is that India, even though we have a lower incidence, we have high mortality rates. Reason being the late diagnosis and access issues, along with that no awareness among the populations. So I would like to tell on this World Health Day, we healthcare professionals, we have the responsibility to give awareness to the masses, so that whatever schemes the government has introduced to help reach these people, so that we decrease the cancer burden in India, which also helps to decrease the cancer burden worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishnudipti, for giving your very beautiful PPT presentation. My question before I will move to the next panelist guest is, like cervical cancer, there is a vaccine. What about other cancer? Any other vaccine has been developed anywhere in the world?
Rotarian,
No, sir.
Rotarian, before
Yeah.
Vishnu, sir, can you stop screen share, please? The screen
Dr.
sharing,
Vishnu, please
if you could
stop.
stop it.
Yeah, yeah, sir. 1 second, sir.
And a very good presentation you made. So if you could share it in the chat, Anukul, you need to capture this. It's good. And or Rotarian Lal Goyal, if you can facilitate
Please,
the
yeah,
screen.
I will
You
do
need
that.
to stop
Please
screen
stop it.
share, please.
Did now how is okay, sir?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
So now my question is about the whether we have any other vaccine developed for any other cancer apart from the cervical cancer anywhere in the world.
Sir, there are trials going on for breast cancer, sir, but it has not been come into the community level. Still, the trials are being taking
Okay.
still on
Okay,
the
but
trial
not
phase.
for the male any vaccine for the prevention of cancer.
No, no, sir. Only
Okay.
this HPV is both for males and females, sir.
Okay.
This is for
Okay.
cervical cancers in females, penile cancers, and what like lesions in males also. We have different strains
Okay.
of HPV, which by these vaccines we can prevent them in males also.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Vishnu.
And
Now my next.
Rotarian Ruchira is here now if you want to bring her in.
Yeah. So now my next guest, can you just, yeah, I can see Dr. Ruchira Gupta. Dr. Ruchira Gupta, just can you, because we can just see your face down, can you just adjust the camera such that you can just bring your face up. Yes, please. Very nice. So, as I said, that Dr. Ruchira Gupta is MD, PG, DPN, Boston FIAP. She's a senior consultant at Kailash Hospital and Heart Institute, Noida. Dr. Ruchira Gupta, we are going to celebrate World Health Day on 7th of April. And as you are such a senior consultant and doctor, and especially dealing with the pediatrics in India, we would like to know your views on this very important day, that is the World Health Day. Dr. Ruchira Gupta, please. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lal Goyalji. And it indeed is a proud day for all of us, for all doctors across world, and especially since we belong to India, then for the Indian doctors, the World Health Day. And as I've been told that I have to talk a little bit about the glimpses of child health in India. So I thought of talking on that. And for me, it is not just like talking about a particular topic or something. I think we should take a pledge on this day to give something to society in terms of child health, whatever at individual level or collective efforts or organizational level, whatever we can contribute to the community. That is what I feel is going to be the best thing, the win-win situation for us, the doctors, individual capacity as well as organizational capacity. So, moving on to, should I go ahead with my topic?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goswami. So, when we were talking about, just let me. So, coming to child health in India.
Yeah.
Just a minute, please. So, respected and esteemed hosts and the viewers, dear friends, a very good evening to one and all. Child health is not just a medical concern. I feel it is a reflection of a nation's development, equity, and the future potential in a country like India, where 1/3 of population is below 18 years. So, investing in child health is investing in nation itself. Having said that, I wish to share with you a big picture. The big picture is that India has made a remarkable progress in child health over the past few decades. Under 5 mortality has significantly reduced. Immunization coverage has significantly improved, specifically if we talk about the primary immunization. Also, the percentage and the number of institutional deliveries have increased. It's a mammoth task which our government is able to achieve, and we are proud of that. The achievements are driven by programs such as National Health Mission and Integrated Child Development Services. Yet, despite progress, challenges still remain substantial. I remember there was a time when we were doing our post graduation. I remember at that time, I mean, other than DPT, oral polio, even, no other vaccination or hepatitis B, no other vaccination we used to talk about, and measles, yeah. But now, if you look at this, not only in private sector, though it was there, but what about public sector, in government sector also? Now I'm telling you, whatever vaccine we give in public health, private sector, almost 80% are available, even in certain states. Even this HPV, which my previous speaker was talking about, certain states, government is giving, rather government task is to make it a national program to give HPV vaccine to all girls at present in countries for girls. However, looking at the disease burden, as globally, almost I think 104 countries or so, they are giving, and it's a gender neutral vaccine. They are giving across both girls and boys. So over once the time will come, looking at the public health prospects, I think our country will also come to gender neutral vaccine. But right now it is for girls. So we had never thought that this will ever come to public sector. Now it is coming. Kudos to the government for having that vision where most of the vaccines, whatever are available, they are present in the public health. Second is the major child health challenges. Number one, malnutrition. I feel nutrition in the country, especially child nutrition, is an emergency at a time, at this point of time. And somebody had asked me, okay, Dr. Ruchira, this was one of the panel discussion which was happening. And they said, okay, Dr. Ruchira, if you've been made Union Health Minister for a day, what will be your priority? So I had replied at that time that my first thing, since I am a pediatrician, so my first priority will be to declare emergency on nutrition emergency in country. So that was the thing. So I feel because malnutrition continues to be still one of the biggest concerns, around 1/3 of children are stunted, wasting still remains high. Hidden hunger, that is micronutrient deficiencies, they are widespread, which apparently is not visible. So malnutrition not only affects the growth, but it also affects the cognitive development and immunity, thereby creating lifelong consequences, making intergenerational changes. So these are important things. Coming on to IDs, that is infectious diseases. Although reduced infectious diseases is still, although the percentage is reduced, but still the burden is significant, leading to significant morbidity and mortality. Pneumonia and diarrhea, they remain leading cause of death, and vaccine preventable diseases still occur in certain pockets. So these challenges are there, which still we need to address. Efforts by organizations like UNICEF India, Indian Academy of Pediatrics have played a major role in improving vaccination status and in supporting government, especially in pulse polio program. So these things are very important to understand. Coming on to national health, neonatal health. Nearly half of under 5 deaths occur in neonatal period. And the key issues are prematurity, birth asphyxia, and neonatal sepsis. So what is required is improving antenatal care, skilled birth attendants, and SNCUs. That care is critical. There is a widespread difference even within our country when we talk about neonatal mortality rate. If we talk about NMR in, say, Kerala, it is 4. In Tamil Nadu, it is 7 or 8. But if we talk about states like UP, Rajasthan, we are still high. In UP is in tune of around 28. However, current studies are showing, current data, which is still not published, is showing between 17 to 26. So this is still very high. Our MDG goal is to have it in single digit, that is under 10. And how can we have it? By having better antenatal care, having a skilled birth attendant at each and every delivery, changing all domiciliary deliveries into the institutional deliveries, and whatever special neonatal care units which government has come up with very good concepts, their care is very crucial. Indian Academy of Pediatrics, in fact, Government of India had started this Navjat Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. That is for training of these birth attendants, doctors, paramedical staffs, those who will be there at the time of attending the delivery, at the time of birth, in performing the skills for helping to resuscitate the baby. That is neonatal resuscitation. First golden minute, that is considered to be the most crucial. And it is considered if a baby is able to breathe and cry within 1 minute, then the long-term consequences in terms of IQ and overall, brain-related insults are considered to be much, much better. So thereby, this is important. Another body of pediatricians like Indian Academy of Pediatrics, which is a body of almost 50,500 pediatricians in the country. This is the second largest body in the world. First is American Academy of Pediatrics, and second is Indian Academy of Pediatrics. Now, Indian Academy of Pediatrics is also doing great job in just supporting the government in their programs. And where the Indian Academy of Pediatrics has also started Navjat NRP, that is Neonatal Resuscitation Program, at a very huge level. Until date, IAP has trained almost 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs healthcare workers in neonatal resuscitation skills. So this I want to share with you. Coming on to emerging concerns.
Doctor, you have to be bit brief because the others
Okay,
are.
so actually, Mr. Goyal, you talked about the topic. You asked me to talk about the topic which is close to my heart. I'm sorry, I
I
got a little
understand.
emotional.
You
Now,
have
coming
very
to
nicely you
emerging
have put
concerns.
up. Only one thing I would like to add that for the end polio thing, Rotary played a very, very important role. And that's why
Absolutely,
the
I
global.
cannot forget that.
Yes.
Absolutely, Rotary, UNICEF, Rotary was
Even
instrumental.
Bill Gates
It was
Foundation.
instrumental. I
Yes.
can never ever forget the role which Rotary played,
Yes.
especially in polio control.
Yes, please.
Polio
So thank you very
eradication is
much.
almost
Thank you very much, Doctor. And when we will have a specific program for the pediatrics, definitely I would like, because I was not having your number. I get it now. So I will be connecting you, and then I would like to have a detailed discussion on this. Okay.
correct.
So thank you very much. But you please wait. We will ask the questions. This thing. And now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and she's Dr. Rashi Agrawal. She's an MD and she's a consultant psychiatrist from Meerut. Dr. Rashi Agrawal, you have heard our earlier panelists, and now we are going to have this World Health Day. And I was told that you are a very popular influencer. Somebody messaged me after seeing the flyer that she's a very popular influencer. I was thinking that the influencers are for the fashions and all those things, but I was not knowing the medically also somebody is an influencer. So we would like to know your views as an influencer as well as a doctor on the World Health Day. Dr. Rashi Agrawal, please.
Good evening to the panel. Thank you so much, Arlal Goyal ji, for inviting me again. I think we have done this conversation long back in the pandemic, and it was a delight to be connected again. I am very impressed with whatever everybody has contributed right now for the World Health Day. And my basic emphasis, because being a psychiatrist, would be on mental health. Because, see, whenever we are talking about health, we always consider physical health. But lately, things have started changing, and we are bringing mental health into the picture. My previous speakers have correctly defined health, that it is not just merely an absence of disease. But yes, we need to also add the mental angle to it, that unless the patient is mentally and physically fit, they are not healthy. So it just does not encompass just walking, eating, and being able to function. We also have to think about their mentation status. I am sure everybody has today heard terms like anxiety and depression, which were not as frequent even when I talk about when I was doing my MBBS, so not long back. And today we have very young people, young children who have come to us and they use these terms very freely. So both of these things have pros and cons in themselves. That first of all, we are happy that we are getting awareness of that sort, that people are recognizing and seeking help at the right time. But also the con is that we're using these terms very freely. So if somebody would be like stressed for a day, if they have any issue in the office and home, and it is for a brief period, and sometimes the reaction is justified for that, but people would use terms like, oh, I'm so depressed. Or if somebody is liking cleaning a lot or they are very organized, we commonly hear people saying, oh, I have OCD. So every awareness has its pros and cons, and surely mental health has a long, long way to go in terms of penetration into the society, so that people recognize and realize that early prevention detection is the way to go. In terms of curative or treatment, the world is very divided, especially people like us who are working in a tier 2 and tier 3 city. It's not like people are not aware, but there are two schools of thought basically. So some people are very invested in medications only, that just give us medicine and we want to be well. And some people are of the core belief that no, we just want therapy, even for extreme illnesses like schizophrenia and psychosis, where person does not have very good cognition. My basic message to everybody who's watching the video would be, seek help at the right time, from the right person, instead of listening to what everybody else is saying around you, which is very commonly said in India is, oh, don't think about it, you are overthinking. So we just need to make them realize there is no off button here. We cannot just press a button and be like, okay, I'm not overthinking from now on. The best treatment forward is therapy and medications both combined together. The intensity would depend on the illness of what is the primary treatment and what is the secondary supportive treatment. But yes, it is very, very, very normal for a person to be mentally stressed, and equally normal to seek help also. Our main aim is awareness, because treatment comes later on. We just want to make people aware that yes, these are the problems, they exist, and which is, I would say, exponentially increasing in India. India has been in the top countries having illnesses like anxiety and depression both. And some people have also gone far to say that, like diabetes capital, India might also soon become the depression capital of the world, which is concerning considering the mind is related to the body and the body is related to the mind. And coming back to sir, what you just asked, yes, in terms of the influencer status, I would say there are a lot of people who are spreading misinformation out there, which makes our job as doctors to put the right information out there. And I'm glad if it is reaching people and they are recognizing that mental health is also the forefront, and it needs its due diligence so that people get the right time and the right treatment, because it is so much preventable as well as treatable. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashi Agrawal. And I am sure with people like you who are influencing the young mind, the right message will go, and people will not go here where to the quacks and to do those types of things which will make our country as the capital for the depression, which is very scary. Now I am feeling scary after listening to you, because diabetes is a very killing thing. But now if the depression is, because in our time we never gone to a therapist, we never heard, rather at that time to even talk about this is like going to a pagal khana or a madhouse, this thing we people term. But now it's a very, very common thing. But I'm sure people like you will definitely remove the myths and give the correct perspective about this. Thank you very much, Dr. Rashi. Please be there. And definitely, again, I will say, as I told Dr. Ruchira also, whenever we will have a program exclusively dedicated for the mental health, we would like to connect with you again. Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and he's Acharya Sri Shivam. Acharya Sri Shivam is the Dean at MIT Group of Institution at Pune, a very, very big institution. I visited, I think, the last year, and there I met Acharya Sri Shivam. Acharya Sri Shivam, you have heard that medical fraternity, the qualified doctors on different fields. So they have given their views on cancer, the general medicine, the pediatrics, as well as the mental health. Now, you are not a medical doctor, but you are doing lots of you are with your podcast as well as your videos. You are every day you are sending the messages, positive messages. We would like to know about from you the holistic wellness of the person, and by that means the society or the country of you. So Acharya Sri Shivam on a very, very important that is a World Health Day.
Namaste to everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Lal Goel, for this beautiful opportunity. Today, as you rightly mentioned, that I'm here since the meeting started and I could hear everybody. And it's so wonderful to see the doctors coming together globally and discussing on something which is really very serious. And today I'm going to talk from disease care to inner health. In India, in ancient India, there is a saying called Pehla Sukh Nirogi Kaya. It's a privilege and a blessing to have a healthy body. So on this World Health Day, we celebrate health. But I want to ask something very simple. Are we truly healthy? Or just managing disease? Today we have better hospitals, better medicines. But inside, are we at ease? That's the biggest question. Today, the world is not only facing physical illness, but also stress, anxiety, and inner restlessness. When I see, even in my university, when I see students, even faculty, when I interact with people, even doctors, I have many friends who are doctors, engineers, in corporate. When I go and because I believe in dialogue. Whenever I go, whenever I talk, I believe in dialogue because then only I can hear their story. So I speak 60% and 40% I hear. And that makes a beautiful combination. So when I hear their story, I see there is so much restlessness, there is so much uneasiness. And disease is what actually? Absence of ease. So we have increased lifespan through various medicines, different sort of treatments, but have we improved the quality of life? So today I'm going to talk about the quality of life because somewhere something is missing. And I would like to remind all of you, my doctor friends, in the ancient world, the physicians were not respected because they could cure disease. They were respected because people did not fall ill in their presence. In ancient world, the physicians were not respected. may sound very intriguing. So their work was not to fight illness, but to create a way of living where illness could not enter. Today, we have perfected the art of treatment. We have so much AI, machinery, and all the gadgets, whatever the possible thing. Even we have gadgets which can help you to have a better quality of sleep. I don't know how much these gadgets can really work in real life. So we have perfected the art of treatment and forgotten the wisdom of living. So today we will touch upon the topic wisdom of living. And remember, health is not something you achieve after disease. It is something you live before it. When we are born, how we are. And before we talk about the physical health, we must discuss our inner health. Even in the Yoga Sutras, Patanjali mentioned, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. We have so many uneven qualities in our chitta, in our mind, in our consciousness. And because of those negative accumulations from our thoughts, from our memory, from our communication, the people we interact with, the company we have, all those accumulations, even science has also did so much research on it. They all are accumulated in our physical body. And there is a body brain. There is a brain we have from where we operate, which is connected to our central nervous system. And there is another brain, which is body brain. And every part of our body listens to everything. And when we interact with our body, when we communicate with our body guides us. We have circadian circle. We all have seen pigeons, sparrows, and so many creatures in nature. They come back in the evening. They wake up in the morning at a certain time. How? I've never seen pigeons wearing a watch. They don't have Apple gadgets and the best products. But how do they do that? That's the question. Because they have a certain intelligence in their consciousness. If they have intelligence, what about human beings? Of course, we also have that intelligence, but we have lost touch with ourselves. And because we have lost touch with ourselves, we have lost touch with the sensitivity which we have. Our body tells us when to stop eating. But craving is bigger than hunger. We want to eat so many jalebis, we want to eat so many paranthas and all that. We never listen to our body. And because we never listen to our body, we don't know how to live. And the wisdom of living tells us the way of living. So remember, health is not something you achieve after disease. It is something you live before it. So I deeply respect the work of doctors and healers, especially those working in organ donation. It is one of the highest acts of compassion. So thank you so much, Dr. Lal, for inspiring us. It reminds us life is not just about survival, but about sharing. I believe sharing is caring. And we must think, how can we share our wisdom with each other? And we must remind ourselves that health is not just absence of disease. Health is a state of inner harmony. Now the question is, what is inner harmony? I would like to use a Sanskrit terminology, mansa vacha karmana. When our thoughts, speech, and actions are not aligned, let me repeat once again. When our thoughts, speech, and actions are not aligned, there is disharmony in the body. There is disharmony in the inner body. And when there is disharmony, it reflects in our physical body. It reflects in our actions. We may speak something, we may think something, we may act something. Many times we want to say something to the other person, but we plan what I have to say. And then we say something and our actions are different. So there is disharmony. Now the question is it possible to experience that inner harmony? And the answer is yes, it is possible. Because everything is mind. When Buddha says mind is everything, what you think you can become. If the mind is restless, the body cannot be at peace. So now the question is how to take care of the mind in order to take care of our body. Because everything is connected. We can take care of our body very well. We can go to wonderful gym, top class treatment, spas, and everything, whatever is possible. But if you have stress, anxiety, negative thoughts in your mind, you can never be at ease. Just think tomorrow is your deadline and you have to submit something to your manager, to your bosses. How your body will react. I've seen many people suffering from loose motions, panic attacks, and they behave in a different way. They don't know how to react, and their body is totally uneasy, and they don't know what to do. And sometimes I've seen people trapped in high fever, 104, 105. Why? Because what we think, that thought gives message to each and every particle of our body, our DNA, our cells, our nucleus. The cortisol level goes high. The enzymes in the body reacts in a very different way, and our central nervous system is not at ease. And because our cortisol level is very high, the message goes to the central nervous system that there is something which is uneasy. Take some action. And our body is always on a survival mode. So first of all, we have to think about our mind. How to take care of this restless mind. If the mind is restless, the body cannot be at ease. So we take care of the body, but we forget the one who's living inside the body. When Shankaracharya says, Vichar Aushadhi, it means your thoughts are medicine. So we have to use our thoughts wisely. And a silent mind is the foundation of a healthy life. Now the question is, how many times our mind is silent? Almost zero. Is it possible to silence the mind? And if yes, then how is the question? So let us not just talk about health, let us experience it. So I invite you for a beautiful practice for 30 seconds, very gently, wherever you are, just be at ease, close your eyes, and just relax your whole body. And just give a message to your mind that for the next 30 seconds, I'm not going to listen to anything, and I'm totally with myself, no matter what the situation is. Gently inhale and exhale. When you inhale, just feel your breath. And as you exhale, just let go of stress. Inhale, feel the energy, and you exhale. Let go of all the unnecessary burden you're carrying. Relax your shoulders. Relax your jawline. Relax your facial expressions. Relax your stomach, your legs, your both the hands. And just observe, is there any tension in any physical part of your body? And if yes, then look into it, zoom in, and just let go. Now take a pause from everything Just tell your mind to take a pause and become aware of everything happening and become witness. Just watch. If you have any thoughts, just witness your thoughts. And just ask yourself from where these thoughts are coming. Bring your attention to your breath. Is it fast? Is it slow? Or is it normal? Aware your breath gently. Inhale and exhale. Observe each and every part of your body from head to toe. Now gently rub your both the palms. Put it on your face. Feel the warmth and bring a very gentle smile on your face. And gently open your eyes. So this small awareness is the beginning of inner healing.
Thank you.
Even when we do these small practices every morning or at the time when we sleep, this helps us to give a signal to our body that we are at ease. So thank you so much, Dr. Lal Goel, for inviting me. And this is what I explore in my work, which I do in my university. And also, I host weekly gatherings where we sit in silence, we meditate and understand this inner dimension of health. So it is not philosophy, it is something to be experienced. And if this resonates with you, you're most welcome to join. We meet every week in a simple space of silence and awareness, where health is not treated but discovered within. So you can connect with me after the session or find me online with my name, Acharya Shri Shivam, on LinkedIn or any social media. And I'll be happy to share this journey with you. And I would like to end this with a quote: a healthy world will not be created by medicine alone, but by conscious human beings. So I invite you all to become a conscious human beings, and also let us spread this message that we become conscious about everything, and let's create this world a better place to live and love. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I would like to end this to thank
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you so much, and I pray to the divinity in you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acharya Shivam, for giving your such a holistic view of the health and the inner peace. And you have given the experience, practical experience in a span of 1 or 2 minutes. I am sure that all the viewers have enjoyed today's talks and today's all the contributors who have spoken on different topics, right from organ donation to general health to the pediatrics, the anxiety thing and the cancer, and now the holistic thing, wellness also. So that's all from my side, Mr. Neil Kumar. If you have any questions, or Dr. Nukul Goswami, you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you. Thank you,
Certainly.
Ravi and
Thank you.
Lal. I would like to thank all the contributors you brought. Dr. Ruchira Gupta from Noida, from Heart Institute. She did a wonderful job, as did Nikita Power, the general practitioner. Vishnu Dipati, I think she has a wonderful presentation, which we should share with people because there is some scientific data over there. So that was very wonderful. Rashi, a consultant psychiatrist, but more importantly, also an influencer who wants to help with the right information to the society. And Acharya Sri, who brought bit of peace in mind. And he says, let your mind control your body, in which case mind over matter, which is beautiful. So it was wonderful for bringing all these wonderful contributors, Rotarian Lal Goyal, and we are still traveling because we got so many more guests and go to the continent of USA shortly, and we got Asha Kesliwal over here, a gynecologist. So any one of you, you can stay around. You are all part of Healing Our Earth from now. It is the same Zoom ID. Rotarian Lal Goyal will keep you in touch with some other health episodes, organ episode. He mentioned the mental health, which is what we celebrate as well. So please keep in touch. And once again, thank you to all the contributors from the Indian leg. Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal.
Thank you. And Global Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. Global
Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you so much.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. And Acharya, if you are here till after half an hour, we'll do another mini session. Once again, Ruchira, you did a wonderful job. You got a wisdom in you. You can see that you brought some wisdom in what you were talking. And Vishnu, your oncology and the cancer information was very useful. Just before you go, Vishnu, I just want to ask you, you mentioned the lung cancers, and particularly the male population of India suffered more. But isn't the environment very bad in India? Shouldn't female also have some lung issues nowadays?
Yes, sir. Lung cancer is the leading cancer among both females and males, sir. But when it comes to males, it is the leading one. But in females, it is the breast. But actually, in both, when we take it as a combined, in both of them, it is the leading cancer. So both the
Thank you.
genders are being affected by that, sir.
And from your data, it was identified that the breast cancer is very rife there in India. I think that is so much advanced now. So you were very right. We don't have the facilities and we don't have that many oncologists in India. So I think the education authorities need to promote that very much. And
Yes,
Ruchira, I'm sure you are going to agree with that we need more experts in health so we can give and create better community. Would you agree with that, Ruchira?
So I would like to say with you, yes, this was the situation. And keeping that thing in mind, the government of India has decided to have a medical college in almost each district. And which we are seeing, at least in UP, I'm seeing that all smaller districts, their government hospital is being converted into a medical college. They're increasing the infrastructure, manpower in this. I'm sure in coming years, we'll have more manpower in terms of medical care.
And Ruchira, you make sure that that happens because you've got a wisdom and influence there. Thank you very much. Stay around. We are going to go to Asha now, who is a very senior gynecologist, and she's going to bring some women matter. Anukul, let's introduce Asha and get some more wisdom.
Absolutely. I think Dr. Asha Kasliwal, it's a privilege to have her on this side. She manages the women's health in the whole of big part of the Manchester. She is a consultant in the South Manchester Hospital here. But more importantly, she gives guidance to the NICE, National Institute of Clinical Excellence. Of course, it's slightly differently named now. But she was felicitated as Women in Media in the past in the College of Physicians. And she has got numerous hats that she puts on. I will not go on to elaborate all of them, but I think her major area is not only gynecology, but urogynecological conditions and contraceptive and sexual health and women's health and menopausal conditions. So I think we'll now listen to Dr. Asha Kasliwal to give us all about women's health in particular, on Women's Day.
Thank you, Anukul, for that kind introduction. And thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak here today on one of the topics that I'm very passionate about, and that is around menopause and perimenopause. I'm going to share my slide. Let me know if You will see
Yes,
my...
we can
Yes,
see
yes.
it's perfect. It's beautiful. Carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to speak a little bit about understanding menopause. And it just doesn't only affect women, isn't it? Because men have wives, mothers, sisters. You go to work, there are women in the workplace. So it's really important that everybody understands menopause. It's not really just a women's issue, it is everybody's issue. Okay. I have no interest to declare other than a healthy interest, I think, in promoting women's health worldwide. What am I going to cover? I'm going to cover what is menopause, a lifestyle and diet, which I think is really, really the most important key to managing menopause. A bit about HRT, non-HRT options, and then I want to leave you with some key messages. So it is a natural biological process and not a disease. And I think it's really, really important that we all understand that. It doesn't mean women have to suffer in silence, but it is a natural process. And you would diagnose menopause if someone hasn't had a period for 12 consecutive months. Sometimes people get confused about perimenopause, postmenopause. Well, menopause is the final period, but you can say that only if somebody hasn't had a period for a year afterwards. You can look back and it is a retrospective diagnosis. Perimenopause is the period around it. So when the hormones fluctuate, a lot of people are really symptomatic at that time. So have a lot of symptoms. And post-menopause is really everything that comes afterwards. So nowadays, women, we live longer, we are living longer, we spend, 30, 40, 50 years in menopause. So in the UK, the average age is 51 years. It's different around the globe. In India, it is around 45, 46. So it is a bit sooner than it is in the UK. But more or less, it's similar around the world that most 80% of women have symptoms, but they will be on a spectrum. So 20% won't have any symptoms at all. Most people will have mild to moderate symptoms. There are only a quarter of women who have such severe symptoms that they definitely need help. Sadly, despite 80% of women having symptoms, only 20% seek help. And hopefully that's what we are changing. We're changing with, improving awareness of the condition. Symptoms, how long do they last? And I always say to patients, how long is a piece of string? It's hard to know. Some people have very mild or no symptoms. Some will have for years and years and years. And average is about 4 years, and 1% of, there are very, very, very few women in whom it can last for up to 10 years. But we shouldn't, if a woman 10 years after menopause says to us, oh, I'm still getting symptoms, please don't ignore that. Don't say, oh, it's very unlikely. And 1% of women have very early menopause under 40 years. And again, it's really important because it is important for cardiovascular health as well as bone health. And that is why that is important. And everybody's experience of menopause is different. And it's really important, again, to recognize and respect that. Like this picture, these are the common kind of symptoms, the 7 dwarfs of menopause: itchy, bitchy, sweaty, sleepy, bloated, forgetful, brain fog, and psycho, mood swings, irritability. So these are the common symptoms. But at last count, there were 29 symptoms, and everybody is different. Some will have more mental health symptoms, some will have more physical symptoms. It's also important, sometimes patients will say, I've been having palpitations. Yes, menopause can lead to that. However, it is also important that we don't ignore other conditions and just say, oh, everything's part of menopause. So how do you manage it? I'm very conscious that Anukul Bhaiya has given me only 10 to 15 minutes, so I will keep it brief. But so there are 4 ways of managing. One is lifestyle and diet, and I think that is the key for managing menopause. Then you have HRT, you have herbal remedies, and then you have non-HRT medicines. Let's take each. Maintaining a healthy weight, exercising regularly, avoiding triggers for hot flushes like smoking, alcohol, hot drinks towards the night, and mind and body. So those are some of the things, and I'm going to elaborate on some of these. So exercise, it's really, really important that there are at least 2 types of exercises. One is weight bearing. Now, weight bearing is not lifting weight. Weight bearing is doing exercise at least 5 times a week, half an hour each time, where you walk, run, or jog. That makes your long bones carry your body's weight and keeps them healthy. You also need muscle strengthening exercises, which could include weightlifting. But because we know that muscle mass can reduce, it can lead to reduced muscle strength. It can lead to your gait not being very good, and your stability may not be good, and you could fall. That is why it is really, really important that to improve your balance, strengthen your muscles so that you will not fall. And there are a number of websites which will tell you what are the sort of exercises to do. I have listed a few here, but this is not exhaustive. What about the diet? Now, Mediterranean style diet, we are always told, is the best for menopause. It helps with brain fog. It helps for your bones. It helps with your symptoms. And what is a Mediterranean style diet? It's got a lot of fruit and veg, whole grains, nuts, and healthy fats like olive oil. Avoid processed carbs, any added sugar, spicy food, because that can bring out hot flushes. And you could try superfoods which contain phytoestrogens, but obviously in moderation. So cereals, soya products, seeds, these are really good. And oily fish like tuna, salmon, mackerel if you are non-vegetarian. Vitamin D is very important. And, certainly in Western countries, we don't get enough sunlight, but even in India, women and men are vitamin D deficient. And it is important to get adequate vitamin D every day. And the recommendation is 600 international units, and after 70, 800. And really, to make it simple, because it's, people forget, I always say calcium 1000, vitamin D 1000. That's it's not exactly accurate, but that won't harm you, and that will be good if you could do that. And of course, in some countries in the world, there's good sunlight. Today, we've got a bit of sunlight here, and but it is the morning sunlight which is best for vitamin D. Calcium, 1200 milligrams, 1000's fine. And I think it's really good to have it through your food, to have calcium-rich food. But of course, you can have supplements if your diet is not adequate. Make sure you don't overdo the calcium. You don't want to end up with renal stones, with kidney stones. Okay, what are the mind and body intervention? There is good evidence around paced breathing, around CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and hypnosis. There's good evidence to support that can help you through that menopausal period. There's mixed evidence around yoga. However, I would recommend yoga for your exercise, for balance, also meditation for mental health. There is Nidra Yoga for those who can't sleep very well. So although in terms of evidence it's mixed, I would suggest that that is really something to consider. And then there is no evidence to support magnetic therapy, reflexology, etc., etc. I mean, if there are people in the audience who think that they are very good, I've got nothing against it. I'm just giving you what is the current evidence. Okay, let's talk a little bit about hormone replacement therapy. HRT is mainly replacing estrogen, which is the lack of estrogen causes the symptoms. In women who have a womb, we have to add progestogens to provide a protection to the lining of the womb, because you may want to do good, you shouldn't do any harm, and we don't want endometrial cancers. And some women require testosterone, particularly those who've had a sudden surgical menopause where ovaries have been taken out. They may need testosterone in addition. And HRT, has had a lot of bad press in the past and now is having a lot of good press. It is really, really individual, and it is about benefit versus risk. So what are the benefits? It's the best solution for the menopausal symptoms. Sometimes patients will come in and say, I've tried HRT. I do not feel even zero difference. Then I think we are barking up the wrong tree. Because if symptoms are due to menopause or perimenopause, HRT will give some relief. What type of HRT, what dose, you can manipulate that, you can change it, but it should give you some benefit. And if it isn't, then we are probably not looking at symptoms that are due to perimenopause or menopause. There is currently really good evidence that if you start HRT early in perimenopause or menopause, within 10 years of becoming menopausal, then it is cardiovascular protective. We also know it protects your bones from osteoporosis and from fractures. It might protect against dementia. The jury is still out. However, we know that the brain fog that happens typically perimenopausally doesn't lead to dementia. You'll be happy to hear. What are the actual risks? There is 1 in 1,000 risk of ovarian cancer, and breast cancer risk is seen with combined HRT. And there are really good charts, which will tell you clearly what is exactly the breast cancer risk. And HRT tablets have an increased risk of thrombosis and stroke. However, any transdermal route, gel, patch, spray, does not have that. And always, it is a balance between risk versus benefit. And there are a number of these in the market everywhere around the world. And it's a simple thing. If you don't have a womb, you don't need to protect the lining, so you can have estrogen only. If you're perimenopausal and your periods haven't stopped over a year back, you need to have a HRT that gives you periods, or you can have a Mirena coil fitted. If you're over a year after menopause, you can have something continuously which doesn't give you a period. There are a lot of herbal treatments. We are unsure about the safety. These are not regulated. So really, if you're buying anything over the counter, use it with caution, particularly if you've got medical conditions, like cardiac conditions, breast cancer, because we don't know what is actually in them. And then there are a number of non-hormonal medication that can be used. Vaginal lubricants, moisturizers, because a lot of women suffer quietly with the genitourinary syndrome of menopause, GSM it is called, with vaginal dryness, itching, painful sex. And for them, there is estrogen vaginally, which doesn't get absorbed, doesn't have the risks that HRT has, but there are also lubricants and moisturizers, which I would encourage women to try. There are other tablets like gabapentin, anti blood pressure medication, etc., which can be used for as a substitute for some of the symptoms. Clearly not the best if HRT is not contraindicated, but can be used. Best is to see your GP about these things, or your local gynecologist. What are the health checks in menopausal period? So your weight and blood pressure should always be checked. Keep it under regular check. Try to maintain a healthy weight. Check your breasts every month. In UK, we advise a mammogram every 3 years, but checking your breast should be monthly for everyone. And a smear test between the ages of 50 and 65 year is done every 5 years. You could do it every 3 yearly if you have the facilities. And I want to leave you with some key messages. Lifestyle changes, diet and exercise are absolute key to managing menopause. It's not all about medication. HRT is a good option for symptoms. Consider the risks versus benefits. Vaginal estrogen is safe and effective, and do use it for GSM, vaginal symptoms. And regular health checks are essential, and I've outlined those. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asha Kasliwal. It was wonderful presentation. I think it's worth having it on the systems anyway. Anyway, right now I'll try. We'll take the questions at the end. If you're okay with it, Dr. Kasliwal.
Could I have them now, please? Sorry,
That's fine.
I've got to go. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
Anukul, there will be obviously a lot of questions and everything, but the time is short, so maybe we bring Asha back in either women episode or the self-care episode, because perimenopause and a menopause is a taboo subject for every woman. So half the world population wants to learn about it. Some of the typical question they're asking is, what is the fine line between perimenopause, which is fairly new, nobody knew about 100 years back about that, to the menopause. So Asha, your presentation was good. It was deliberate. It was sure. If you could share it with Anukul, that can go either in the YouTube of healing or the Facebook of healing and the groups of the healing. And Asha, maybe you come back in the health or the women episode.
Women's health. Yes.
And Asha, you started by saying that this is also important for men. That's what we teach at Healing Our Earth. For women to share the tips and knowledge, and for men to learn how to understand their women in any facet. You mentioned sons and daughters, wife, mothers. So yes, a very good point. So thank you very much, Asha. Wonderful packed information that you had. We've got Bhavna waiting, our nephrologist over here as well. So in case if you are still about Asha, that's fine. You've got a pressing engagement to go to, that's okay as well. Thank you for coming to Healing Our Earth.
I would be quite happy, to respond to any questions by, email
Yes.
or.
Anukul will keep you in touch and will bring you back in health episode, okay?
Thank you very much for inviting me. Bye-bye.
And Anukul, let's go to Bhavna, who is part of Healing Our Earth anyway, and she brings lots of knowledge. Let's introduce her, and over the next 10-15 minutes, we listen to her before we go to the Tai Chi and Qigong expert at the health. Over to you, Anukul.
Thank you, Bhavna ji, for joining in, because it's a privilege hearing you. Kirit was there on the system. Kirit Mistry, I think you must. I don't know how much you know of Dr. Bhavna Pandya. She's the nephrologist from Liverpool, and she's also the kidney patients transplantation group. She has been organizing many, like you do, many what you call healthcare programs within this place. Very recently, in fact, last week, she organized a meeting wherein she got the gynecologists, she got the breast surgeons, the prostate surgeons, as well as various things related to the healthcare. So she carries out regular checkups, particularly for she has got what do you call a particular group that she has formed, Southern Doctors Association, and their particular forum gets consultants from various places, gives lectures, and conducts proper healthcare program. So it's exactly somewhat like the way you do. I look forward to hearing Dr. Bhavna Pandey because she has got huge amount of information from the community where she continuously work and has been doing so for many years. Thank you, Dr. Pandya.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for inviting me and making me part of the whole this big program and the group. And thank you for introduction, Anukulji. I do not have PowerPoint slides. It was a little short notice when Dr. Goswamiji asked me to give a talk. I think some of you might would have heard me because the topic I've been given is again the community health, which is very relevant to what we are all talking about. So I'll just go through a few points in one after the another with regards to community health. The first thing which Anukulji was talking about, the community health checks. I'm a nephrologist, so I do World Kidney Day health checks events every year. And we've done it for nearly 15 years. And the 16th event is happening this month. We are in April now, isn't it? So, and I do these events in the hospitals and in the community. I go out to the shopping mall, and this year we're going to Liverpool Central Station. I also, along with that, basically we check blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, heart rate, urine, and BMI. And if there are any other specialist group who are happy to join, we do take them along with us as well. And the events are hugely successful. I think in the hospital setting, we target the staff who otherwise miss out. So when we started off doing this, the first few years, we got the executive staff coming down. And when we picked up borderline abnormalities in all of them, and wrote to the GP, it was a bit of a pleasant shock, and they all agreed and confessed that it changed their lifestyle because they never thought about going to GP because they didn't have any symptoms. So since then, and the hospital staff do come out nearly every year. It's like their MOT. They do wait. And the surprise is when I go in the lift to see any patient on the wards, I don't know people, but they all know me very well. So that means the events have been very popular and giving a positive impact to the people as well. The feedback all throughout 100% positive and excellent in the way in which we do. I use the volunteers to help out, and my main aspect of these events is I get medical students and future NHS health NHS professionals who do want to do work in NHS. So from sixth form schools, I get the students to join and I train them. Now, coming on to what we find, I think which is very relevant, and that has kept me going every year. It is a lot of work for me because I finish every year, and within the next few months, I have to restart. And this is all completely based on volunteering aspect, and some of the hospital charity, they do give us some funding, but it is challenging, and we enjoy that challenge without any set money aside for this, other than ordering some strips, etc. So this year we looked back and analyzed 15 years worth of data and submitted poster in just gone to UK Kidney Week conference, and the poster is also accepted for prize competition in Royal College of Physicians Medicine 2026, which is happening in May. So I'll just share some of the data. We managed to get the details out of nearly 3,500 people. Nearly every year for each event, we check about 100 people minimum. If it's a little longer, then we do check up to 150, 160 we have done. So out of those 3,500 people, we had complete data about. The most striking point was the blood pressure control. So when we looked at the average data in the UK, about 23 to 30% have undiagnosed or uncontrolled blood pressure. But our report from the Liverpool community checks, we found that the uncontrolled blood pressure, which is over 140 or 90 target according to our standards, it was prevalent in 40.2% of population from of those who we checked. So these they should be at ease when they're not at the GP surgery or on the wards, and most of them are coming to the shopping mall just as a dropping and in a relaxing environment. This shows that either they have not controlled, the blood pressure is not controlled if they've got already a diagnosis, or many of them are undiagnosed. And just looking at some detailed data, the young ones we pick up about 13% of 25 to 29 age. Out of these with uncontrolled blood pressure, and most of them probably are not diagnosed. And 17% between 30 and 39 age. So this is a real and significant challenging. And we also have done a lot of these events in our community, the Indian community in the UK. And again, we have picked up so many hypertensive individuals in a very young age who had no knowledge of something like this happening. And another point was either undiagnosed, uncontrolled, or pre-diabetic individuals. So we had about 17% with blood sugar level of 1.7% having blood sugar level of more than 11. So that is a good chunk of individuals as well. We also picked up a lot of people with urine positive blood and protein, and those we had to take them to the clinic and ask the GP to refer them. The cholesterol wasn't too bad. The median level was 5.3. It is still higher than accepted, but we have picked up so many with a history of cardiovascular disease in the family. And they just thought that let me just check my cholesterol, and some of them had cholesterol of unrecordable values. So they all have been benefited really well. So these are challenging events, but overall it gives a lot of information, and it keeps us going. And with this 15-year analyzed data, we're going to share with primary care in the region, and the trust is very keen to know as well. So this is something for the Liverpool city's health, which is really vital. I think we are one of the main ones who does it from the kidney community in the country. I mean, there are some patches who do some of the tests, but we do include urine as well. So this is something which I've done it as a consultant in the hospital. I also run Liverpool Kidney Patients Association, which I established, and I'm a founding trustee of that. And it is good to see them joining as well, because the people can know about what they go through, like dialysis and transplant recipients, and it's hands-on, face-to-face talk. It gives them really an ease and very informal environment for them to ask anything. So this is something which I do in the hospital. Now, as Anukulji mentioned, I do run a charity which I have set up, British Sanatan Doctors Forum, which is one of the very first charity of professionals. It is approved. We got a registration approval from Charity Commission about 2 years ago. And we have been doing these similar health check events in the temple, when there is some celebration of our festivals, like we did on Makar Sankranti festival in Liverpool. We did some in Bolton as well. We did some in Ashton. And we also have done cancer awareness event as well. We had some funding approved from Answer Cancer UK last year. And that £2,000 helped us Yeah, that is that 2,000 pounds helped us to organize a few events in the community. The recent one which Anukulji mentioned, that was the first one for just Caucasian community. That was directed because one of our committee members, he helped out in disseminating this event information. And those who joined, they were white Caucasian individuals who attended. And we do have some feedback from that. Actually, the event included talks from 4 different cancer specialists: prostate cancer, breast cancer, bowel cancer, and cervical cancer. And we also felt like a CPD session. It was a great informative session for 2.5 hours. And the feedback which we got was excellent from those white, not from our community. So we did some questionnaire before and after the event. The questionnaire before event, just to see how confident you are about talking to your family related to cancer, how knowledgeable you are, and how confident you are in explaining the cancer screening programs which government of UK organizes, and that it is in place, but most of the people do not go. From between 1 to 5, the average was 3, and after the talk it went up to 4.5. And some of the comments says, I'm going to now go and get my cervical cancer and bowel cancer screening inquired. Probably they didn't go, or they didn't accept when the fit test had come to the doorstep. So these are just some of the comments which we have faced, and in a couple of other instances, one of our own community individual started crying after the talk I gave, and he said, I never knew that my wife had cancer because she never told me that I would be worried. But after this talk, now I know that she's got brain tumor. So these are some beautiful stories which we hear, and that just keeps us pushing that I think we need to do more and more of these throughout the UK, because our charity is registered throughout England and Wales. It's a new charity. We're still looking for funding and the individuals to help out as well. But
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you,
I
Bhavna.
can give some info about organ donation if you want, but if time is the constraint, I'm happy to stop here.
Bhavna, thank you. While you were talking, we did show your website. So rather than just talking, because these are only few people here, the people watching in the YouTube, Facebook, they saw your website. And basically, if you want to go to the website, is BritishSanatanDoctorsForum.org.uk. There you can find out what the charity does, what projects. You can contact them directly over there. And Bhavna, you are doing wonderful outreaches, because it's not just online. You actually meet people in person. You are yourself a nephrologist, so you are an expert in kidney matters. So we are very proud of what you are doing. You, of course, know Kirit over here, and you know Kirit has brought you on Healing Our Earth before. So it's so wonderful to know. And Kirit does the similar thing with the South Asian Health Action. So it is people like you who are reaching the end user community that is actually helping. I love the idea of the British Sanatan doctors, because we need that community which is not going out to the NHS too much. The more we can make them aware of what is available, the better it is. So Bhavna, thank you very much. Anakul, a quick thanks to Bhavna. And just before you do that, I brought Sharon and Bill, who are from Tai Chi and Qigong organizations, and how health can benefit from there. Acharya, in a moment, I want you to say hello to the USLA, and maybe you guys can do any tie-up. So Anakul, Bhavna has done a wonderful outreaches there in North England, where they are reaching into the community and to the consumer level. Your comment, please, Anakul and Kirit.
I was wanting to actually come and join that particular program last weekend when she held that particular program, and I thought I'll get that into the Healing Our Earth website as well. but I was a bit too late that particular day. I told you why. But I think there's a particular need and help needed from Kirit Bhai for what Dr. Bhavna Pandey is trying to do in the Northwest. And I did think of trying to get you two together somehow and see how we can organize more funding that you have a better idea of.
No, it's Mr. Barnaby. It's good to connect, and it's great to see that you've got this new Sanatan Doctors Association. I think I will contact you offline because since then we've grown as well. We've got cancer connectors, we've got kidney specialists, and I've also just recently trained with Kidney Research UK as one of their blood pressure volunteers. So again, I'll connect off you because there'll be opportunities for collaboration definitely. And every year we do Diwali in Trafalgar Square, and luckily for the last 2 years we've had consultants from St. George's volunteering their time to do blood pressure, health checks, etc. So again, we can do some collaboration definitely.
Absolutely.
So Kirit, Anukul, you, Bhavna, and Kirit, if you could get together, let's promote this activity as well, not just the Sanatan doctors, but Sanatan doctors to help other doctors and learn from there how they can reach all the other communities, societies, and charities. Thank you, Anukul. Thank you, Bhavna. We are very
Thank you,
proud of
Bhavnaji.
what you are doing.
Thank you, Bhavnaji. Thanks for coming.
So what we are going to do now, Kirit, we are going to go to Sharon Rose, who is going to give us some news about the movie, and she's going to chit chat with Bill because we are putting up an episode of 27th anniversary on 26th of April, Tai Chi and Qigong World Day. They will tell us a bit about it. And just prior to our episode, we are on a Sunday, and Saturday they will be celebrating, which they are going to bring the news. Acharya, you are there in India. You love the health matters, and today you brought the holistic and spiritual matter. This is where we bring Tai Chi and Qigong at Healing Our Earth.
Wonderful.
At some point, Sharon and maybe you and Bill can get together and merge the yoga, meditation mind with Tai Chi and Qigong and see how it goes.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Anukul, if you could facilitate, Acharya, if you give your contact details on the chat, so Anukul can capture it. And Kirit will also capture it. And Sharon is the USA senior host and a coordinator for Healing Our Earth. Bill is a resident part. He does transformation project, which he wants to share, and there are several countries following there. So now let's listen to Sharon and Bill, and what have you got lined up for us?
Global Namaste, everyone. So nice to see you. First of all, Neil wanted me to show, I have a few things to show you today. Let's see. Yeah. Ta-da!
So many awards and many people have started recognizing a movie that Sharon, who is leading into there with other people in her organization, the Quantum She. And look, this is beautiful because this is just one of the many. This is the latest who have recognized. Sharon, this is exciting.
Oh, yes, this was in France, actually. And yes, some of you met Jebing Chen, the Erhu virtuoso who came on the show. And yes, you've met some of the musicians I work with. And this is very exciting to be recognized by the Universal Martial Arts Film Festival. And my prayer is that as many people as possible in the healing realms, in yoga, in Tai Chi and Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurveda and everything like that, will have the opportunity to see this film and all of the wonderful people who are in it. We have, Bill and I are going to talk about World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, in which probably about 10 of the people in the film are going to come on to this event we're having. And they're from all over the world, just like Healing Our Earth. And I would like to show you, while I'm here, my website, because it's...
So while you're doing that, Sharon is talking about in-person event, which will be on a Saturday, and then the same Sunday after that Saturday, we are going to bring the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day and tell you more what happened the night before. So you're not going to miss out. Those who can be traveling there is good. You can actually see that. Sharon, you are still sharing the same slide. So
Yes.
if you could bring
This
what
is exactly what we're talking about today, a new vision of healing. This world really needs us, needs all of you that have been on today and our audience out there. The world needs healing really, really a lot, and coming to a whole new vibration. And, working with the chi, working with the prana. And these are, this is telling you about the film. Here's the recognition it's been getting from film festivals around the world. We have a festival coming up, the Buddha International Film Festival, which has been 3 different categories, 3 or 4 have been selected, and we have the soundtrack has been winning all kinds of awards, and now this is a music album, Sound Healing, that my producer Michael Verdick, who has worked with Madonna, the Eagles, he worked on the movie Respect, he's multi award winner. We've been working on this to be used in yoga sessions, in massage sessions, in spas, in hospitals, because talking about blood pressure, we were just talking about blood pressure. My blood pressure is good now, but if I'm feeling stressed, I put this on. It's an hour long, and everything relaxes. In fact, my doctor friend and I are going to do a study to see how it affects people. So that's very exciting. These are some of the masters you'll recognize. Our dear
Sharon, you
Yes.
wanted to show the website, did you?
This is the
We're
website.
seeing.
So
We're
you
seeing.
are
the link is
on
not
the same.
visible.
You are on the same old slide. If you stop the share and then show the website.
Oh, I have to start again. I'm sorry.
Yes, that's fine. Carry on,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Let's see.
So this is a new website that Sharon is going to show, and you can
Okay,
all
so
visit there.
here it is.
Yes.
Okay, we'll start over.
Yes, we
Here
got
we
it
are.
now.
Here's the website.
Yes.
There's Wai Ching.
Shall
There
we
she is
listen to this
again.
video? Shall we hear this video again? Because it's beautiful. If you could
There
share
she
the
is
sound.
in Times Square.
Sharon, if you could share the sound, if it's not copyright.
Oh, there's no sound. It's a website.
Okay.
I can play you a little once we get to the.
Yes.
But this is the opening of the website. I spoke with Jing Li last night. This is Master Li Jianfeng. He's like a treasure of China. That's her father.
And that's my king there.
So we have the trailer. And here, this is what I was talking about, a new vision of healing. Quantum Chi film unveils a new vision of healing where ancient Taoist practices and modern energy medicine converge, rooted in the flow of Qi, known as prana, the vital life force that animates all living things. This vision honors the body as a dynamic field of energy and awareness. Through the timeless wisdom of Qigong, Tai Chi, and vibrational healing, the film reveals how true wellness emerges from balance, inner vitality, and harmony with the natural rhythms of life. So this is, there's the trailer, and this tells you about the film, and here's what I was talking about. And this is the Buddha International Film Festival in Pune, which is going to be screened there soon.
So Pune is where Acharya is. Pune is where the Acharya is.
Nice.
Yes, we would love to host you. When are you planning to come?
Oh, I'd love to come back. Well, I'm working so hard right now. And these are little, you can hear parts of the award-winning soundtrack here. And then this is the piece I'm working on now, the one for meditation. And, when you're doing yoga practice. Now here are the teachers. There's Bill and our dear Amalia John Milton, and others have been on the show.
Yes, various have been on the show. Sharon, which
We even have Bruce Lee in the film. And
Yeah.
here's our dear S.A.H.A. Yes, and then it has a award-winning music video, The Tao, and it's received all those awards.
Sharon, bring the slide back to the awards. Let's show them, because there was Shanghai there, Washington there. We can see so many different organizations in different countries. So both there as well in short film.
Cannes
just World Film Festival. You got best film at the Cannes World Film Festival.
Yes.
Oh, that's up here.
Best health film.
There it is.
Yes.
And see, so it's London, and this is out of California, Utah, Denver. This is from Russia. Here's Paris. A few things. This is from India and Japan, Hong Kong. I'm going to the Wellness Film Festival in May. That's out in California, LA. And this is Korea. So this is Apollo is in Greece, and New York and France, etc. So it's been very exciting, because the rate of being recognized is 62% of the festivals we entered, and that's a very high rate. I'm so excited that it is being recognized. These are all people in the industry. And so now we're working on distribution, and I'll be giving you updates on that. But also, I did want to show you here on the site. Let's see. There's our Kim. She's been on the show a number of times.
Yes.
And John Milton. Yes, and we have actually a quote from our dear, where is he? Where's the quote? Here's a quote from Dr. Danava. We also have a quote from, there he is.
Anukul.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anukul he's just popping back in, which is beautiful.
Yeah, that's Lee Holden.
Lee Holden
And
is brilliant. Yeah.
I do want to show you this. Let's look at this.
What if, on a single day each year, people in hundreds of cities step outside into parks, plazas, beaches, schoolyards, and move slowly together? Not to compete, not to perform, just to breathe and practice centering and calm awareness. That's World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, a worldwide celebration of two gentle arts that help people feel more balanced, more present, and more connected. And the scale of it is stunning. It doesn't happen in one place or one city. It happens everywhere, community by community, across the whole planet. World Tai Chi and Qigong Day began in 1999, founded by Bill Douglas and Angela Wong Douglas. Their idea was beautifully straightforward. Invite the world to practice Tai Chi and Qigong publicly, so anyone can see it, try it, and share in it. Not hidden behind studio walls, not reserved for experts, but out in the open, where community happens. Here's what makes this day truly unique. Around the world, gatherings begin at 10 a.m. local time. That means it doesn't happen all at once. It happens like a sunrise. When it's 10 a.m. in one time zone, people begin moving and breathing together, Then the Earth turns, and 10 a.m. arrives in the next time zone, and the next, and the next. Across the day, a global wave of practice rolls around the planet, east to west, community to community, creating a living chain of breath and movement. This is the spirit behind the motto, one world, one breath. On the personal level, Tai Chi and Qigong help people cultivate steadiness, better balance, calmer breathing, less tension, more ease. But this day points to something bigger. Inner harmony doesn't stay inside you. When your nervous system settles, you speak differently, you listen differently, you move through the world with less reactivity and more care. Multiply that by thousands of groups practicing calm in public across the globe. It becomes a kind of peace demonstration, not made of slogans, but made of breath. World Tai Chi and Qigong Day is a reminder that health can be shared, that presence can be practiced, and that peace isn't only an idea, it's a skill. Once a year, people everywhere step outside, slow down, and join the wave. One world, one breath.
What a beautiful presentation. It's the first time I have seen, and I think this should be on all our websites with all the partners, everybody. It was simple. It is not claiming anything. It is saying, let's just all be in situ. I love the narrators up and down going into it, 10 a.m. from one zone to another country. Wonderful, Bill. Wonderful, Sharon. And let's put this in the social media as well, Sharon.
Okay, I will send, what should I do? Send you the link?
Yeah, send me the link, and Nishit, and copy Anakul as well, and Amrita, so different people can put it up differently. Bill, you uploaded one, but if you could upload this and tag us on the Facebook, then we can retag and share to people. Okay, let's get the momentum going. And Sharon, also for the Healing Our Earth episode, let us use this video when we are sending it to the contributors and the guests, okay?
Oh, for sure.
Thing I wanted to mention is I wanted to credit Pueblo Tai Chi. That's who made that video, and we just found it on YouTube. So if you go on YouTube and you put in World Tai Chi and Qigong Day 2026 Pueblo Tai Chi, then you can source the original video. Because
it will be easy to edit that. It will be easy to edit that on the video, Bill, and also attach the text to it, so we credit the person as well. So that's fine.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Yeah, send me that info and I'll put it on.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that. Yeah, thanks.
Brilliant. That can be scrolling. And Sharon, you can even use the healing logo. You can even put for the episode on.
That'd be great.
On there is you're welcome, and you have got the logos, but I'll still send you back on Telegram. Let's get the momentum going. Doesn't matter how many countries join and which continent. Let's get them going, and so that they are all in situ. And the more we can capture the news, what will be exciting on the Sunday at Healing, you will be bringing the news of the Saturday, which will be just the day before. Tell us more about it. Tell us more about what's going to happen on Saturday.
Well, as the video described, it'll start in the earliest time zone, which is often New Zealand, but not necessarily, because there's other island nations before that sometimes have events. And then it spreads 10 a.m. across the planet, local time, for 24 hours, and ends in the final event in Hawaii. And this year is when Dr. S.A.H.A passed away, we started dedicating World Tai Chi Days to individuals. And so we dedicated it to Dr. S.A.H.A that year. And this year, I have to say, Sharon, your documentary was part of my inspiration for Master Lee. although Master Lee had been a big part of my journey for many decades, but your documentary is just so artistic and poetic, that it really brought it back to me what an integral thing Master Lee has been for the internal arts community. And so there's this year we're dedicating World Tai Chi Day and Qigong Day 2026 to two people. One is Master Li Jinfeng, and the other is Dr. Roland McCratty at HeartMath Institute. And we decided to dedicate it to these two people because they had been working on the same thing from two different angles. Master Li was working on it from the internal, the mind-body angle, the internal arts angle. But Dr. Roland McCratty at HeartMath Institute has been dedicating his life. He's the lead scientific researcher at HeartMath Institute. And he's been dedicating his life to investigating the science, what they call heart-centered consciousness. And that has been Master Li's focus. Master Li's focus has been the middle dantian, the heart center, and the fact that prana and chi are, as his daughter puts so beautifully in the documentary, they are love of the universe. Because when we go into these coherent states of consciousness, we feel connected to everything. And then we remember that we're all part of the same field. And so that heart-centered consciousness is such a huge and powerful thing for the planet right now. And so these two people, Master Li Jinfeng and Dr. Roland McCratty, have been visionaries and point men on reconnaissance for the entire human race. And we want to celebrate this.
I have a short trailer about Master Li, which I could show right now.
That'd be great.
Okay. Let's see. You can see this, right?
No, we're seeing you and me. No, you're not sharing yet, Sharon.
Oh, it's not sharing?
No,
okay,
no.
Hold on. This is the beginning of a longer piece, but it's a little trailer in the beginning.
Sharon's not sharing.
Let me get back to it.
Can't help it.
Strange.
It's poetry.
Here we go.
Sharon, it's not a copyright material, is it right?
This is my material.
Okay, that's fine.
This is all my copyright material.
And it's not sharing yet.
There we go. Something's happening. Now we're seeing your screen.
Yeah, where is... Okay. Huh, that was strange. Okay, let me try again. Share. Should be this. Okay. Move all this out of the way. Yeah, here we go.
Shengzhen means unconditional love. So the two characters, Sheng means sacred or holy. Zhen means truth. Cultivation of full body means cultivation for the body, heart, and spirit. We need energy body strong and clear. Your qi, always qing qi, clear qi, with happiness, better with unconditional love. So this one, you feel your body shining. When your body shining, other people with you, always happy. Because your qi, your energy can affect other people who are around you. Through meditation, through open heart, you become wise person. Means you open the heart, your qi already merge with the universe. You feel the universe is you, you are the universe. The whole earth is you, it's your family.
Beautiful. Really.
Yes, yes. I have a longer interview with them that hopefully we're going to show on World Tai Chi Day.
Great. He's so cool.
Yeah,
Anybody wants
I
to?
should tell everyone about him. Master Li Jianfeng. In that video, he was about my age. He was about 77. And did you see the moves he was doing? It's
Yeah.
incredible. He was a martial arts film star, and then he was the coach of the Beijing Wushu martial arts team for 12 years, award winning, and he trained Jet Li and Donnie Yen. And then
I've heard people say he was the greatest wushu coach in China's wushu.
I'm sure his heart is so open and he's such a loving. And I talked to Jing, his daughter, last night and told her he won't be able, she's going to come on to World Tai Chi Day and Qigong Day. And she was very excited about it. But he's in Beijing and it's hard for him to do that. So maybe I'm hoping we can show some of this interview with them. Then he, after all this in the martial arts, he went deep into qigong and love, and he's just an incredible teacher, an incredible human being. And she has Jing Tai Chi, and she's really focused on meditation now. That's what she was telling me last night. So
I've shared this story before, but I think it's worth sharing right now. I met Master Li for the first time at a national Qigong conference, and it was when I got invited to the NQA to present this idea of a World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. It was at the beginning when we were just trying to kind of get the vision spread out there. And so it wasn't what it is now, but I was painting the vision of it. And then we were speaking at a plenary session where everybody was there, and Master Li presented, and then I presented on the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And then when we were walking out, it was like the lunch break at the plenary session, so everybody's walking out for lunch or whatever. And he walked up to me in the hallway, and we were complete strangers. We'd never met before. And he walked up to me and he goes, "Why are you doing this?" And this World Tai Chi Day thing. And he looked at me and he said, "Do it for love." He said, "If you don't do it for love, don't do it at all. Don't do it at all." And it just gobsmacked me, to have a complete stranger just come up and talk to me like that. And it was such a shocking experience that it just kept revolving in my mind for all these 26 years. And I think World Tai Chi Day could have turned out a lot different if Master Li hadn't done that.
He's very, very special, and so is Jing. They are, doing a lot of work in China. They have a big teaching coming up in Beijing and around that area of their work.
Let me, if I could, there's a couple of things I wanted to share today. Some of you might be aware, but I've been compiling the science on consciousness and mind-body practices for 40 years, and I put it together into a compilation of it's a book, The Gospel of Science: Mind-Blowing New Science on Ancient Truths to Heal Our Stressed Lives and Planet, in second edition. And on World Tai Chi and Qigong Day and World Yoga Day, this book is free on Amazon Kindle ebooks. So if everybody marks your calendar for Saturday, April 25th and June 21st, World Yoga Day, you can go to Amazon Kindle and get the ebook for free. It's 700 pages of meticulously endnoted science. And what this science leads to the realization of is that science has shown that we're living in like a lucid dream. It's like we're literally on a quantum level creating our reality with the state of our consciousness. And Albert Einstein said that he said you can't solve a problem with the same consciousness that created it. And what we've been seeing over these decades, as I've been collecting this science, is that the world is trying to solve. It's like our world is a tree, and we got all these leaves out there that are suffering economically, health-wise, mentally, emotionally. You know, everybody's going through a lot of stress around the world, and we're trying to heal all these leaves, but we're not going to the root. Like Einstein said, the root is consciousness. We can't solve a problem with the same consciousness that created it. And so as you look at this science, it just becomes so incredibly clear. That's why we're giving it away every World Tai Chi Day and World Yoga Day, so that people can immerse themselves in this science. And then you'll come to the same realization that we've come to. And that is that the world we're living in an illusion. The economic crisis, the health crisis, the social crisis, the conflict crisis that we're dealing with, these all start in human consciousness, all of it. And all of it can be solved just with one simple solution, and that is teaching school children in public education from kindergarten through 12th grade, mind-body education, so that they learn how to get in touch with their body, they learn how to breathe, they learn how to feel their life energy. And the science is amazing, because one of the things that it shows is that regular meditators, for example, what we're talking about getting into public education is yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, and mindfulness, because they have mountains of science behind them. And so when people meditate on a regular basis, there's a couple of, there's many myriad things that it does that are all beneficial. But one of the things is that it increases the empathy and compassion parts of the brain. It actually increases their physical size, and it shrinks the stress and fear part of the brain. So up to 90% of the health issues that we're facing are caused by stress and best treated or prevented by mind-body practices. That's what Dr. Herbert Benson's research at Harvard has shown. And the stress, most illness caused by stress was backed up by a 20-year Kaiser Permanente study. So we know we could solve the healthcare crisis, save trillions of dollars year after year by educating public education students in mind-body scientifically proven mind-body practices. And there's mind-body teachers all over the planet. We're not talking about doing this. We're talking about creating a vision where mind-body teachers all over the world and mind-body people all over the world are going to their local public schools and going, hey, how come we don't have a 1 hour a day mind-body program here? We know that it would solve, we know that kids would be able to get off their ADD drugs. We know that they'd be able to get off their antidepressants, and they'd be able to avoid the hypertension meds and the diabetes meds in the future. And it would solve our economic problems. And that consciousness part, we're having school children all over the planet practicing mind-body practices, larger empathy and compassion parts of the brain, smaller stress and fear parts of the brain. We're talking about emptying prisons. We're talking about solving global conflicts in more rational ways. We're talking about a global transformation that would be possible from a very small expense. So what we're trying to do at globaltransformationproject.org, which grew out of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, because World Tai Chi and Qigong Day got us immersed in the science, and it showed us that there are effective mind-body teachers in place right now all over the planet. This could start happening very quickly. But what it requires is for us, the global mind-body community, to become visionaries for the planet, because we know the power of mind-body from our own personal experience, and from when we teach, we see people heal. And so we need to make this just a part of everybody's conversation out there. Not anything about Bill Douglas or World Tai Chi Day or globaltransformationproject.org or Gospel of Science or any of that kind of stuff that I mentioned here, but it's just the absolute common sense realization that it's crazy. It is crazy that we're not teaching public school kids how to get in tune with their minds and bodies and be able to keep that rapid healing and that rapid learning that they have as children. Because as children, they're in a meditative state most of the time. Their brain waves are in, alpha, theta, even delta when they're really young. So they're in deep meditative states when they're young, and then they lose touch with it. And then they start getting frail, and then they start getting sick, and then they start getting, all these problems that they have. And then they get hit with the economic problems of society. And then they get drafted and they get forced to go fight these wars that were started by, people who were unable to think in coherent consciousness. But if we were creating a whole new generation of people thinking in creative consciousness, we would be able to solve our problems. And the science proves all this. Economically, financially, socially, the Global Consciousness Project, which is hosted at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, the lead researcher, Dr. Roger Nelson, he was the 20-year research director at the Pears Lab at Princeton University. And his Global Consciousness Project put computers all over the planet, and they realized that they could detect changes in global consciousness. They could detect when human consciousness around the planet came into states of greater coherence. And the research showed that events like World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, World Yoga Day, World Peace Meditation Day, World Silent Prayer Day, all these were shown to increase coherence in global consciousness. Now, that's a huge deal because the TM Foundation has done massive research with universities. And what they've found is that just a tiny percentage of high-level meditators brought into a city dramatically reduces the violent crime rates in the city. And they've also done studies of conflicts in countries, like warlike conflicts, where they've had meditators focus on those areas, and it reduced the violence in those areas. So we're living a lucid dream. We can dream this world that we want to come into being, but we have. But our what's required of us is to viscerally know that it would be so easy to solve so many of the problems in the world. And so again, that's why we're giving away the Gospel of Science second edition, because I've found that it's impossible for me to convey how easy it would be to transform the planet when I'm talking to people who haven't seen all the science that we spent 40 years putting together. And I had to get immersed in it. And so that's why I'm the way that I am right now. And so that Gospel of Science second edition, it's free all day on World Tai Chi and Qigong Day on Amazon Kindle.
Yes, it's. I really wanted to bring this up today on World Healing Day because, we're in such distress at the moment, and the Global Transformation Project.
Sharon, it's been this way our whole lives. It's just that now we're all aware of it. Mass media, we're able to see what's going on. It's a great awakening is what's happening.
Yes,
and that's how it'll change, because it's been going on. We've been unconscious to what's been going on our whole lifetime. And now we're becoming conscious of it. And so now our consciousness has a chance to.
Yeah,
that's right. I've got two questions over here. One is, what Bill was just talking. I've got his book, Bill. I've got Bill's book anyway over here. I have to do refer to it as and when I can get a chance. But what I want to ask him is when it comes to teaching school kids on mind-body relationship, how do you do that? And how do you work it out in terms of age and how you really present it? Because I've not done it myself, but I definitely want to get into it. That's question number one. And question number two, when it comes to referring people to Tai Chi or Qigong classes, how do I determine? And now this is not to insult anybody, but just to say that how do you decide whether the teacher that you're going to is the right one or not the right one?
Yeah, I wrote the complete idiot's guide to Tai Chi and Qigong, and four editions of it. And so that was, of course, one of the questions, because these books are written for people, lay people who are looking for something. And what I suggested to them is, just go on Google, investigate local Tai Chi and Qigong schools and teachers, and try different ones, and then see which one which one you feel really good after you do their class. If you walk out of that class and you feel really good, probably what you're feeling is you're feeling your T cell count escalating. You're feeling your brain waves calming. And so it's that heart-centered consciousness. How do I feel? So if I go to somebody's Tai Chi or Qigong class, how do I feel? Now you could go in there and you could say, okay, show me all your degrees on your wall. But that's not going to make you feel better. So yeah, that's what I suggest. I say just investigate, talk to them, see who you resonate with. And there may be, for example, two Tai Chi teachers who are great Tai Chi teachers, but you resonate with one and you don't resonate with the other. So, your heart-centered consciousness is going to lead you to that. Now, the first question they asked was, what was that again?
Well, I'll start.
Yeah.
I have experience to tell you about. So I worked in the 90s. I worked in schools throughout New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, all of that. And so I was brought in to different grades to teach music, dance, and story. And so in every class, in every grade, as part of the story, whether it was talking about, because we did the Ramayana, right? Or any culture, I would bring in one of these mind-body practices as part of the story. And so that is how, because, if you said at that point you were teaching, any of these yoga or something, they would say, oh, I don't know if you should have that. But as part of a story, oh, now we're Rama and we're sitting in meditation and we're breathing. And so this is how I introduced these practices as part of, mythology and storytelling. And so it was very much appreciated. The teachers would say, oh, I want to do some of this every day because it calms my students.
What we envision is people just like you, Sharon, who are involved in public education and who, once we get the science out through the UN resolution, if you go to globaltransformationproject.org, you can sign a petition for a United Nations resolution. But once this starts going, teachers all over the world will be able to share techniques with each other. This will take on like a life of its own. And so all these different teachers will be saying, oh, this is what I did. Oh, let me try that. You know what I mean? And this thing will get way better. And also technology can be involved as well, because the Muse headband was something that me and my students used. It detects your brainwaves so that you know when you're going into alpha state. Schools could be using Muse headbands to find out whether, in fact, their students are able to go into calmer states when they're practicing whatever mind-body program they're doing in there. It's relatively cheap. It used to be hugely expensive to do something like that. But when I taught, I've taught at all age levels, from grammar school all the way up through university. And to be honest with you, the practices that I teach are virtually the same practices. So I'm teaching second graders virtually the same thing that I'm teaching university students, but I'm teaching it to them with an age-sensitive way. And so, just for example, like with second graders, when they would come into when adults come into the class, first thing we do is sit down and meditate. When second graders came into the class, the first thing we did was calisthenics. So I would have them burn off some of that energy. And then we would start going into the Qigong and the Tai Chi. And then at the end, we would meditate. I'd have them lay down and I'd take them through a visualization. And it was all kind of fun stuff, where every time you exhale, you got your eyes closed. Every time you exhale, you feel yourself starting to float up off of the earth. And then we'd go on these like flying adventures and stuff. And I had a kid in one of the classes, his name was Shadow. And he came up to me after a few weeks of the class and he said, Mr. Douglas, he said, could we just go straight to that part at the end where we lay down and close our eyes? And I said, well, Shadow, I said, it works better if you do the other part first. It's like all part of the thing. And so there'd be teachers all over the planet that would be experimenting, and then schools, what we suggest to schools is the same thing I was suggesting to you about finding a local Tai Chi and Qigong teacher. have schools contact local yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, mindfulness schools and organizations. And also there's national and international ones too, like John Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness training, stuff like that, TM Foundation. All these people could be involved. And so they could be interviewing local teachers and just see who resonates. They could come in and do like a test class with kids, and then they can see which local mind-body teachers work best. This can all happen organically. We're not trying to run or manage anything. We're trying to point out the obvious, and the obvious is that we should have done this. We should have done this decades ago. Where would we be financially right now? Where would we be, in the state of the planet if we had started doing this, 30 years ago when this science, was first available? Because it's been out there for a long time. The only reason people aren't hearing about this science, and I get into it in the Gospel of Science, I don't pull any punches. The only reason we're not hearing about this stuff is because people make a lot of money off of a dysfunctional society. They make money off of illness. They make money off of wars. That's the only reason. That's the only reason that our lucid dream isn't dreaming the world that we want. It's not because it can't be done or that it's not proven that it can be done. It's a dysfunctional system, and that's part of the awakening. Is awakening to, hey man, this is not right. The system's not working right. The society is ignoring, the simple solution. And I think it was Bertrand Russell who said, truth is always simple, but humanity will stampede all over simple truth to get to something more complicated because it's more profitable.
Thank you.
More profitable, make things complicated.
Thank you, Bill. Sharon, time to wind up with you doing a nice mantra. Just before you do that, can you please just remind people what's happening over the next 3 episodes so we can just tell them? And one of them is Tai Chi and Qigong World Day. So let's start with next week's episode.
Wow. Celebrating 6 years of Healing Our Earth. Free Global Online episode, Sunday, the 12th of April. And anybody in our audience and anyone who has been a contributor, please come join us and tell us how Healing Our Earth has affected you and your life and your health. So please come on. It's going to be a wonderful celebration. We'll have music, we'll have dance, and so much more.
Absolutely.
So that is next week.
Absolutely, Sharon. Just come and bless us and say how it's made a difference to you and what memory it is. Just a short message, because a lot of people will want to come on. So that's beautiful. And following week, Sharon.
Earth Day. Your power, our planet, our power, our planet. Earth Day. That's always a wonderful episode, and will bring people who have really worked to heal the earth. So join us on April 19th for this wonderful episode.
Absolutely.
And then,
Absolutely,
of course,
Sharon. Plastic pollution, stop it. Planting trees, get going, make world greener, breathe better oxygen. And then
what we've been talking about, World Tai Chi and Qigong Day on 26th April. We're going to be bringing a lot of information from the day before and videos of people all around the world practicing Qigong and some wonderful practitioners. So please join us for this as well.
Brilliant. And thank you, Anakul. You've been there for the start. Today, you were the lead anchor who started it and brought some contributors. Thank you, Bill, for giving the message, not just for the Tai Chi and Qigong, but for the transformation project, which is simple. As you say, we are not trying to control you. We are just sharing with you. So if you feel like, just visit Transformation Project. Just punch it in your browser and you will see it opening over there. Help out, join up, let everybody know. And remember, for the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, whichever country you are in, it doesn't have to be at 10 a.m. If you've woken up early, just start breathing and get people rowing. A quick comment from you, Bill, and then Sharon.
Just so you know, it's globaltransformationproject.org. You can sign the petition and then you can start sharing the petition. And when we get When we get 100,000 signatures, then we're going to start going to the United Nations missions with this. And it'll be a non-binding UN resolution. No government, no country, no school, no kid will be forced to do mind-body training, but it will. But the educators all over the planet will have the science, and we'll use the UN as a vehicle to educate the planet. And once educators see this, they're going to want to have it because regular meditators' IQs go up 20%. Just that. Just that. If a teacher hears, oh, my students can have 20% higher IQs, there's not any legitimate teacher on the planet that's going to go, oh, we don't want that.
Beautiful. So remember, Global Transformation Project, just put it in your browser.org. It will be there. It also tells you what it does. You can get involved, what projects are there. So let's get the moment going. It is ours. Anybody can share it. You can share it with the people. If you got a comment, put it in there and we'll try our best to see if we can mitigate the circumstances. Sharon, I love your background because you believe in the Earth Day. You've got a lot of trees and plants and things going on around there, as has been.
Oh, I've got some, you can't see, but I have Saraswati and Lakshmi and Durga, and I have the picture of my Guruji, Sitara Devi, etc.
Yeah, our house is filled with plants. It's Angela Wong Douglas, my wife. She's the gardener. She's taught me how to appreciate the beauty of plants growing.
Yes, back to nature.
I was oblivious to it until she taught me how to do it.
Nature is beautiful. It's so wonderful. And Sharon, we are so proud of you. Where normally at 77 people are planning for their own personal gain and everything, you have decided to go and give it back to the community. So you are having a wonderful life from here on. Just enjoy yourself and share your knowledge, and everybody would love it. Okay, Sharon, you can wind down now and have a mantra, and off we go.
Before we close, I do want to tell you all that Bill and I are working together with the team to really bring the world together, the mind-body people together in one organization. And the whole focus of this, and maybe I'll bring on my attorney and coach, Doug Breitbart, who is creating a whole new mechanism by which people will earn money. It will not be owned by anyone. It's a whole new way of working together. Right, Bill?
Support mind-body teachers all over the planet. Yeah.
And beautiful. As you say, it will benefit everybody. If there is a monetization part, then it will benefit. If it's spiritual, it will benefit. If it's holistic, it will benefit. If it's society and community, it will benefit. And that's the right way to go, to share the plate and the table with everybody. Then together we can grow into better communities. Agreed.
Yes. Yes. So I'll close with the Gayatri mantra.
Beautiful. Let's go for it.
Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo na prachodayat. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo na prachodayat. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya